Well, hey there, chat. How's it going today? Hopefully everybody's good. Quick check, just DJ, Skyhill, those that are out there, like, how's the audio? I'm gonna bring the music down, and I need to know, like, if you see any, like, lag or stuttering at all, because I'll, like, stop real quick and I'll maybe, like, downscale the resolution I'm outputting, because every time I go live, something goes wrong or something happens. So just keep tabs on it for me, chat, and just let me know if everything's good. Sounds fine. Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate that. Am I in too hot? My mic too loud? Just let me know. Good for now. Okay, great. Appreciate that. Mic's a little hot. Thanks, DJ. I'll break that down a little. I'm actually just gonna I'm capturing locally, but I think I'm gonna stop that just to conserve resources on my machine. How we doing, chat? Like, the start to August with that state of play from Sony all the way through Summer Game Fest, the Xbox Showcase, which I haven't even gotten to watch yet at all, right? And then Nintendo Direct. I mean, what is there not to be excited about in gaming, guys? It has been crazy. Hey Josh, thanks for jumping in. Withered Eye seems fine, thank you. Hayabusa, hype for World Cup, hype for gaming, or hype for both? Let's hear it. Sounds good now. Thanks, DJ. I appreciate you. Just let me know if you see any stuttering or anything. All hype. Yeah, baby. Yeah, it has been... There is so much, guys. Like, and maybe where I'll start is, like, being at Summer Game Fest for the first time was insane as a creator. I can't even begin to tell you how lucky I feel that, like, the community has embraced me. Oh, Skill High. Skyhill says, that's my adult dyslexia, guys, just so you know. You're a little left, so turn the mic up a bit. How about I drop the music down a little and the mic up a little, and we'll see if that balances out. Tifa hype. Guys, Tifa's going to be in Street Fighter. I have not played a Street Fighter game since Alpha 2. Like, we're talking easily, like, two and a half decades ago. I'm going to have to pick Street Fighter back up. I never thought I would say that, because I'm not really that much of a fighting guy. But man, I think guys, I'm gonna have to. Like, how do you not, right? Man, even all the FF7 creators, when we were out there, like, we were all talking about, like, do we try putting together like a Tifa contest? Just, I mean, I would lose because I've been out of the game for so long, right? But I could see that at least being a lot of fun, being really enjoyable. That'd be hilarious. There's a lot on the horizon now, and FF7 fandom is buzzing more than it has in years. Yeah, man. Yeah, Jesse. Blitz, buddy, what's going on? You can give me a crash course? I will take it, bro, because like, I'm gonna get clobbered, right? I literally booted up, I downloaded the demo on my PS5 last night, and I played through the tutorial just to get myself up to speed on all the changes, because I've just been gone and away from it for so long. And man, I felt lost immediately. Like, you have your normal, like, you know, light, heavy, you know, etc. You have your kicks, you have crouches, like, all that stuff is the same, but then they have, like, the different, like, I forget what the name is, but, like, the exhaustion bar at the top, and you have the 3 levels of supers. And guys, I watch Max talk about it all the time, but I don't claim to be an expert. I just stayed at Motel 6 last night, right? Is that an old reference? Does anybody know what I was even just talking about there? I was watching Simmons the other night, and he was talking about how he asked if anybody in the chat had seen 2001. I'm like, yeah, it's a classic. But, like, me and one other person in the chat and Simmons were, like, the only 3 people who even knew what that was or had seen it. So, oh, man. You can't believe you're alive for both FF7 Remake and OOT Remake. OOT Remake. Josh, what are you talking about? As soon as you say it, I'll be like, oh yeah, but I off the top of my head, I'm at a loss for what that is. Oh, Ocarina of Time. Dude, yeah, like, again, that Nintendo Direct, was no joke. It was legit on fire most of the time, right? And it ended tremendously. We got a new Final Fantasy VII HD 2D game, right? Resonance. Who saw that coming? That wasn't on the bingo card for all week, right? Dude, it's been nuts. Yeah, Ocarina of Time. Thanks. Tekken 8 for Clive. Yeah. I mean, guys, last time I played Tekken was with my wife and my sister-in-law a long time ago, and they were just like always excited when one of them would play Paul, and every time they won, the game was like Paul wins, and it became like a quote that we would just like toss around to each other around in our daily life, just to make each other laugh. It was fun. That's gonna be wild. Can't wait to see her dolphin blow special move, dude. There's so much they could do there. I'm very intrigued with. They said there's gonna be the adaptation of materia. That's very interesting. They're gonna carry over some moves or some kind of Final Fantasy VII mechanic, they said, in addition to that, whether that's limit breaks or... Personally, I think it would be awesome. Blitz, do you remember who said this when we were in LA? But I can't remember who, but one of the creators is like, maybe it should be that like Tifa, one of Tifa's big super is like a synergy move with Cloud. Like he just comes in out of nowhere and like wrecks the other person. Like that would be awesome. Easy mid. What a week. I'm sorry I missed you. Did you go to Summer Game Fest, dude? Did I miss you? Yeah, we would have both been there. That would have been super cool to have seen you if you were out there. But it was such a whirlwind, dude. Like that whole week. So chat, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like we got a lot of ground to cover tonight. Like an insane amount of ground to cover. So here's a little bit of the ground rules of how we're gonna do this. Okay. Oh, Joy. Yeah. It might have been. That sounds right. All right, so here's how we're going to handle tonight, chat. So we got a lot of stuff to cover. We're going to go over and dive into the trailers, which I haven't really fully dove into at all. I know a bunch of the other creators have. I've watched Blitz's channel and some others, but I haven't had a chance to sit down and like look through all of them and sort of like think through my takes on them. So we're going to do that tonight. We're going to start with that. We're also going to go through just some of the like Hamaguchi talk. Like he's been nonstop, and I know a lot of other people have already kind of covered that. I kind of want to go through some of it myself, and I've hearted or retweeted a lot of stuff on X, Twitter, whatever we call it these days. So I'm going to start there just to look through some of that stuff, because I would like to think through or get y'all's take on some of that stuff. And then if we have time, chat, and that's the big thing, I wanted to get into something nice and spicy for you this evening, but it will take a chunk of time. So I'm hoping we can carve that out at the end and not have to push it to another stream. So because we need to kind of stay on track, normally if you join the channel and you've been here before, you know I love to engage the chat and basically read everything you're saying. But because we've got so much ground to cover so quickly, because I have to prep to travel next week, etc., so I can't like I got to be tight about this tonight. So I'm really going to rely on you guys. If you really have something that you want to say, that you super chat it, because I may miss it. Okay, so just make sure that you, if you have a good hot take on something, or you really want to get something out there, like try to leverage that, because we're gonna cover a lot of ground. Okay, how's it sound, everybody? Does it sound good? Okay. Admittedly, we're going to see how this goes, because the technology usually likes to fight me. So we're going to switch scenes. We're going to jump over. Hopefully we're here. Perfect. Okay, let's get rid of our music playing. If you guys didn't recognize the music that I was just playing, it's the Synthwave Remix album from GameWave on YouTube. It is tremendous. It's fantastic. We've listened to it on the channel previously, but definitely please check that out. Especially the Tifa and the Aerith themes and Birth of a God. Like, if there's one OST that lends itself to a synthwave remix, my goodness, is it FF7. It's so good. They did a tremendous job with it. So be sure to check that out. We'll put it in the description after, and we'll throw that in there. So where we're going to start is we're just going to start with like just the reaction video that I had put up. But this will also give us a chance to run through all of the trailer and the gameplay stuff because it'll all be in here. So we're going to kind of do everything all at once. So, oh, Steed, buddy, welcome in. We're going to go through it. Why is my chat box like way off screen? Let's fix that real quick. We're going to put you guys down here where we can see it pretty well. There we go. Perfect. Okay, great. All right, so let's get into it. So I was lucky enough to not only go to Summer Game Fest, but I got to sit with a bunch of other folks. Like Sleep Easy was there. I was sitting next to Prof Noctis and his buddy Evan, who are tremendous. All these people are tremendous. They are such great people. Subtext was there. Joshy Poo was there. There's I can't remember everybody, okay? So I apologize in advance if I don't remember somebody's name. But rank this moment in your top life experiences ever. Well, okay. I met my guys, get this. Boy. Steed, I have ADD and you're about to give me a squirrel moment. I will try to keep it short. We don't have much time tonight. But I will say this. I was very much like Cloud as a kid. That's why I could identify with him so much, because I was an uncool kid and Cloud just wanted to be cool and I just wanted to be cool, and I had to learn over time as I became an adult to accept myself, right? And I very much feel like in the same way that I was very much no, don't stop. I want to keep talking. Very much in the way that I was like Cloud. My wife also had gone through some stuff and had some upheaval and, had suffered some losses of some of the people that she grew up with and some different things that she had gone through. And so she also came from sort of a tumultuous past, almost a bit like Tifa. And she's also a lot like Tifa, guys. She's empathetic to the core. She's incredibly passionate about people and building them up, and she's got all the B's, right? The brains, the beauty, like everything to go, right? So, like it was just so weird. There was like the two of us coming together and meeting like that, and then been married will be 26 years, July 1st. But anyway, so like obviously getting married, having my kids, those are all like top life experiences that I'll never get back, but they rank high in the list, right? But like. Personal stuff, like going to Summer Game Fest and just having this experience as a creator, it was tremendous. It definitely ranks up there. We'll probably put it like top 10, I would say, or top 15. I'd have to really go through in my life and think about it, which I wasn't prepared to do on this stream. But thanks for the reflective moment, Steed. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's dive into this. Hopefully we're going to have sound. Hopefully everything's going to work. Okay, so let's go. So let's see what it was like to be there in the audience in person next to Prof Noctis and Joshy Poo, and I will probably stop things as we go, and then that way we can go through the trailer and the gameplay and everything while we do this, okay?
Well, now it has come time for our
Jeff.
final announcement. I know. What's it gonna be, guys? Any guesses? Frankly, I don't know what I could say to set this moment up besides this. Get ready.
He was like teasing us the whole show, guys.
Final battle.
Yeah! So we were like ready to erupt by the time we got to this point.
Let's go!
Shadow fell upon.
So I'm already stopping it, but I know that some of the other guys had already kind of talked us through this a little bit, but this already at the end of Remake, when we were in the Edge of Creation, seemed like it was an allusion to Safer Sephiroth. But as I know Sleep Easy has pointed out, Blitz has pointed out, and some others, it's now flipped. I think Joshy Poo was the first person who noticed it or pointed out to us when we were in LA. It's now like horizontally flipped. So now we're seeing it from almost like the other side, like the Edge of Creation is off in the distance, and we're seeing it from this side where Gaia is. At least that's the way that it appears. But also what kind of struck me is, because it looks more like Sefer Sephiroth now than it did before, but one of the things that struck me was when it pans down, like, let's say we were sort of seeing this from the standpoint of the edge of creation, right?
Fell upon our planet.
That's not the edge of creation, folks. Like, that's seeing it, like seeing the sky, right? And whatever's down below that's causing this sort of red hue in the clouds, right? So I found it very interesting right off the bat that that's kind of what we were seeing. But I'll let it keep going, okay? Because I know you all have seen this a bunch already, so if I pause it a bunch of times, like, I don't think it's going to bother anybody because you've all already watched it.
Upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man sought dominion through...
So this was, like, when we were sitting there, I didn't even know, like, at first, like, what the heck am I even watching? And I definitely, in the room, watching it all the way down on the screen on the stage, I did not see that he was holding Cloud here. That was not something I could make out. And then later on, I got back and Blitz pointed it out, and I'm like, oh, man, you're right, you know? Now, the question is, chat, is do we end up in a scenario where this is a scene we see playing out, like, during the game, during a cutscene, or is this like some kind of dream or some kind of vision that someone, Cloud or someone else has or is given, right? I feel like this is more of something that isn't going to play out in reality with all these hooded figures piling up and he's holding Cloud. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say for sure. So, but definitely intriguing for sure. And like, why is Cloud incapacitated? Like, what's going on here? And then this close up on his eye, guys, like, so cool, so close. You see pores, like everything, like the character models is great. Of course, Meteor.
Bring ruin to all. But our planet answered.
The weapon appearances were really cool. I think this is the only time we saw the diamond weapon, right? We didn't see it in full. We just saw this. Clearly happening at the Northern Crater.
Mighty weapons.
Is this too loud, chat? What mic? If it's too loud, tell me, because it looks like it's hot on the mixer. So I just want to be sure. Somebody give me some indication. I'm gonna keep going.
Stand against the celestial threat. Now, hope endures in those who fight.
I love the use of the term "hope endures in those who fight," which is a direct call out of the name of the song, "Those Who Fight" or "Those Who Fight Further," right? So, chat notification maybe a little, but still fine. Okay, well, we'll put that back up in, and I don't have a way to turn down the chat bot. I don't think. I don't see a way to do that. We'll just keep going. But that was really cool. I like that part. And the high wind showing up, that was freaking fantastic.
So what are we waiting for?
And seeing everybody like laced up with their parachutes and everything, like you could feel like this has been something really tremendous. This shot of Tifa like thinking before she jumps off seemed really cool. Final Fantasy Files. So happy you got to be there. Thanks, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh my god!
And I saw something that Hamaguchi had said. I know we're gonna get to his stuff he's been saying because he's been saying a lot, but he said something about how like the choice to have Vincent's straps on his parachute cross on his chest like that was an intentional idea from one of the devs. I think it's just hilarious, especially when he jumps off in a second. But seeing him all jump off of here, there he is. Look at this. Blitz called it aura farming, and boy, is it not. For channel alert volume, you got to do it from Streamlabs or your alerts website. Ugh. Okay, that's gonna be a lot, chat. It would take me time to find it and figure it out. So hopefully we can just bear with it. Hopefully it's not too bad. But check out this guy right here. What a bad MF, right? Like, just like spearing off feet first, just like not a care in the world. That's so awesome. And I do agree, like, I do think this, like, looks a little weird, like, his sword being strapped over his hind end like that. I mean, obviously, it can't get in the way of, the parachute. I get that, but, like, I almost wonder whether maybe it would have been a better idea to, like, place it under the backpack, under the parachute, or possibly, like, on his chest or something during a drop down, right? And everybody has been pointing out these different, like, fissures or cracks in the scenery and everything. Coffin drop, yeah, absolutely, right? So yeah, and this is really cool, right? Like, you can tell this beach up top here. This is where we ran into that sort of that white wolf enemy intel that we needed to do, right? So yeah, super stoked to get to revisit all these locations again and see how they've changed in Revelation. And by the way, how awesome is it that we get to say the name instead of part 3, chat? Isn't it great? It's fantastic. So we got Mediel here, Wu Tai, Vincent, some Vincent gameplay, which is pretty cool. I like how he gets to change into the Galleon Beast, like, basically anytime he wants. But one question I do have from that, we'll get to Vincent gameplay, but one of the questions I do have is, if he can do this at will at any time, well, his limit break in the OG was turning into a beast. So, like, what's his limit break gonna be if it's not this, right? Is it gonna be changing into other forms, or is it gonna be doing other, crazy moves? Like, we'll have to wait and see, but should be interesting, to say the least. Tyler Hepner, what is going on, buddy?
Let's go! I'll make this quick. Good night.
And Matt Mercer has done just such a great job. And then we get to see some Vincent gameplay, or some Sid gameplay. Everybody's seeing Tifa and Cloud in their new outfits. That was pretty cool. The fits, we'll talk about that. Now, these weapons that show up, what's interesting about this is, like, okay, chat. So we see Tifa running towards this alone, and there's a different shot of, like, her and the other party members up on a ledge, right, looking down. So there's been some speculation. Is this the weapon she met in the live stream? She recognizes it, and maybe that's why I think she's running off herself, like, recklessly towards it. Like, she recognizes it, she wants to help it, she wants to talk it down, she wants to stop it somehow. And whether Sephiroth is in complete control of all of the weapons, which seems to be what the trailers or the things are indicating, or whether he is not in full control of every single one of them, remains to be seen. Can she talk this one down from the ledge and get it to listen? I guess we'd have to wait and see, right? But clearly, at the moment, it appears to be hostile, because it kind of, like, comes in out of nowhere here on her.
Save the planet by killing our protectors.
And Barrett, like, Barrett's like, what we're doing doesn't make any sense, right? This guy, look at this guy, man. This is really cool. And I think Blitz is pointing out this is kind of probably in the Corel region, just based on some of the exteriors we're seeing around it. We do see her call out to that weapon as well. Yeah, exactly, Farther. That's exactly what I'm saying. And then this guy, look at this guy. This guy was very much like the model we saw in Ever Crisis, which is really cool. I think everybody likes that one design. That's designed a lot. Guys, can we talk just like Sid? Let's ponder for a second, okay? How do we feel about the new voice for Sephiroth? Because when I first heard it in the auditorium, I couldn't tell who that was supposed to be. Was it supposed to be Glenn? Was it supposed to be somebody else? Like, who the heck is talking here? And then obviously we got the confirmation, during SGF, like, sadly, Tyler Hoechlin's out and Travis Willingham is in, right? Now, I'm a big fan of Travis Willingham. I have followed Critical Role for a long time. I know him from that and other stuff. He's such a nice dude, chat. He's such a good guy. I met him in person at Florida SuperCon, at New York City Comic Con last October. I really think we need to give him a chance, okay? Like, does it sound different? It's going to. There's nothing we can do about that, right? But I really want to see what Travis brings to the table, and I want to give him a fair shot. And I hope you all feel the same way, or I could encourage you to give him a shot, okay? I really liked the way Tyler portrayed Sephiroth, and I'm hoping it's not a huge, shift or juxtaposition. It doesn't feel way off to have Travis doing it. But I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for now, okay? And I hope that I hope it works out great. And I will also say that when I met Matt Mercer at New York Comic Con as well, he was even saying then, like, because I kind of asked him, like, what's it like to be able to portray Vincent, right? And he said at the time, like, it's really crazy because he had already started doing voice lines for Vincent back then. So we're talking like it's June now, right? So that's 6 plus another 3. I'm not good at math. It was never my strong suit, but that sounds like 9. So they've already been doing voice work for a minimum of 9 months. And he said, man, like some of the stuff I've seen, I've been like, holy shit. And like, I can't wait for you guys to see it because you're going to be like, holy shit, right? So like, Matt was super excited for us to be able to see this game. And that was almost a year ago, right? So the voice talent and everybody working on this game is so passionate. And I feel like it comes through in the way that Remake was made, Rebirth was, and certainly Revelation. I think we're going to get that as well. So I'm looking forward to Travis's portrayal, and I hope it does justice to wrapping up this story, is what I'm going to say. Okay, but we'll wrap off here. Cloud, you're gonna be tested, buddy. Okay, so then right here, what are we feeling like? Some people are saying this is a white materia. Some people are saying this is the clear materia. I feel like it's white. It doesn't look clear to me there. But like, how did he get his buggy little bits on this thing? Like, how did he obtain it? Did he go down into the water and get it at the Forgotten Capital? Like, what's going on here? Is this a vision yet again? We don't know. We don't know where and when in the game this is, because clearly some of the footage in the trailer or the gameplay is early on in the game, and clearly some of it is late in the game, right? Or at least midway. So very interesting. And certainly impactful to the story that he has his hands on what appears to be the white materia. And then the title. Revelation!
I would have made it this far without you guys. And I won't let you down. I promise.
So what's interesting here, chat, is... if I back this up a few frames, so we get Cloud and the rest of the party. Everybody is there. We don't have anybody missing. But we've got black whispers flying around. We've got white whispers flying around. We've got some yellow flowers here. It's kind of a little difficult to make out where this location is. It seems like it might be in some way a little bit similar or reminiscent to the Forgotten Capital, or the exterior of it, maybe at the very least. But I had thought going into Summer Game Fest, I think I said this on the Warriors of Hype podcast that we kind of merged with Sleep Easy's stream. I felt like the best move was no Aerith in this trailer at all if they showed it off, and that's correct. Now Cloud's making an illusion; he's referring to Aerith and Zack both, but we don't see either one of them. And certainly when we go into some of the Hamaguchi stuff, he talks about how Zack is still going to play a critical role, or even more important role in Part 3 than he did in Rebirth. And Blitz and I have talked about, we think that that's the right move. And with where the story is ultimately headed, as far as Zack goes, we all feel like that Sephiroth told us there's a merging of worlds happening. There's a convergence happening. And if we're going to end up at a place where we're going to have just a singular unified scenario where there are no multiple worlds anymore. There is one concrete way, definitive way to deal with Jenova, to deal with the Gi, to deal with Sephiroth. If we're going to have something that gives us some measure of a more finalized or complete resolution of all of this, then it makes sense for Zack to have ended Rebirth in the Beagle world at that church in the Sector 5 slums. Now, admittedly, if you've seen my Zack video where I talk about potentially do we have Zack, if we think about what's going to happen in Part 3, I'll try to be as light as possible on spoilers in case we have people here who have only played the remake project and are waiting. Spencer, if you're still here, you're one of them, right? So I will avoid as much as possible to be careful. But needless to say the least, we end up in a scenario where the party goes through some rough stuff in Part 3, the party as a whole, right? And so running into someone who is or does serve as such a beacon of hope like Zack is a really could be a really good way to augment the scenario, bring our characters some hope that they need, also serve some utility with the party as well, and all the dynamic interactions. He's met Yuffie before. He's met Tifa before in the past. What would his exchanges with them be like? What would any kind of interaction with Cloud look like? Because that's never that's kind of never happened in the OG. What would he say to Vincent or Sid or Barrett or what does he know Kate Sith? Does he know what's going on with Kate Sith? Let's put it that way, right? And if Vincent was a former Turk, and we know Zack has known or been tight with a lot of the Turks, and he's been around some of the stuff Shinra and Hojo have been doing, does he know who Vincent is, right? There's all these intriguing elements from a story and a character standpoint without even considering gameplay, folks. Synergy abilities with the various party members, different things that he could do dynamically. So it would be a lot of fun. But based on what we got in the trailer here and some of the stuff we got in the gameplay, I don't know that it happens exactly where I don't know that happens right where I anticipated that it would be a good place for it, right? And as a content creator, as a quote unquote theory bro, right? As if that's supposed to be some kind of derogatory term on social media. There's a lot of we want to be right, and we want to tell the devs that if they don't give us what we thought, that they were wrong or they did something bad, they made a bad game or whatever. No. Listen, Zack could show up and connect with the party wherever he connects with them, if he does, and I would be just as happy as if it turned out to be that they met him in Gungaga, like I said in my Zack video. I have no interest in being right, folks. I just want to see how they do it, because I can imagine all the possibilities for how great it could be, right? It has so much potential, and I'm just hoping we get it, and we'll see what happens. Maybe it's not in the cards. I don't know. But I just figured I'd toss that out there because this is kind of the only reference we get in all of this to Zack or Aerith, so I figured I would just toss it in there.
I promise.
Okay, so I'm going to skip just for the sake of time. We got a lot to do here. And not that I don't want to hear Hamaguchi talk. He's incredible. Silky smooth Japanese voice. And by the way, his translator is also appears to be a super nice person. But I just for the sake of time, I just got to try to get us to
Welcome
keep
to
going
the
here.
stage. The voice of Vincent Valentine, Matt Mercer.
Blitz, I don't know if you're still here, but on your stream the other night, you went back through this, and you were playing I think you were playing the announcement here from the SGF broadcast, and in the background, faintly, I could hear, "Let's go, Matthew!" Josh. Oh, Josh, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Responding to the comment about Sid in the original Japanese script of OG, he's not an a-hole outside of one moment in Rocket Town. This is just bad English translation. So, I'm not a translation expert, and I never played the game in Japanese. I will defer absolutely to either people who speak Japanese, people who have done the research. So, like, clearly, like, some of the authorities that I trust, that if there's like Japanese interviews or stuff like that with Hamaguchi, like Genki or Audrey, right? Like, those are my go-to resources. Or like Shinra Arc, right? Or like the folks who have worked on the Shinra Arc mod, who have gone through the OG game to an endless degree and done a lot of research and tried to do accurate translation. So I will defer to any of those folks. And Josh, if what you're saying aligns with what some of those folks that I trust are saying, then I will give it full credence and I won't question it, right? I will offer up an additional perspective that people could take or leave, right? But this is part of how I choose to look at it. Okay, and it's just me. Okay, if you don't see it the same way, please don't hold it against me. This is just kind of the way that I see it. So, what if? I also readily admit, before I say this, I will also preface it by saying that I get that there are some quotes from some of the people who did OG translation who said that they did insert some of their own stuff into, what we've gotten, right? So I'm not discounting that in any way, okay? Just let me get that out of the way. But as an additional perspective for consideration, what if... yes, the Japanese is like the literal translation of what the devs intended. And what we get in the English translation is meant to supplement or augment what we got from the Japanese. That it's not either or, but it's a different layer or flavor or lens through which we can look at these characters. What if they're both fairly accurate? Right? Like, what if Sid can be the way he was in the Japanese, but he can also have sort of a gruff exterior that people really appreciated in the original game, right? What if some of the quibbles that there have been online about the translation of certain pieces of dialogue, and that one means one thing and one means another thing, but if you look at them both together, because I've seen some of these comparisons, well, to me, like, some of them are not too far off or dissimilar from each other, but they were as if you could look at language through a prism, and it comes out in different ways that gives some additional color to what we're seeing or what we're hearing or what's reflected in the game. That's kind of how I view the multiple languages or translations for the game, is that it's more dynamic than just an either or. There is only one accuracy or one accurate version. Now, again, that's only how I see it. If you feel differently or you see it differently, I don't hold that against you at all, for sure. And you're welcome, obviously, to share your thoughts in the chat. I would love for everyone to express their own perspectives or feelings on that. Before I kick it back off again, Sky Hill says, yeah, but where's the cigarette smoking Sid? I think he's going to get his tea for sure in part 3. I think we're going to see that happen. You watched Subtext play with the retranslated script from the Shinra Arc mod. I've seen a little bit of that. I've seen Subtext do some. I've seen some others do some. I love I've told Blitz this already. I love the OG. And it made such a huge impact on me. I played it a ton growing up. I haven't been back through a full OG playthrough in probably 20 years. I got married. I had kids. I stepped away from games for a while. I stepped away from sports for a while, guys. I'm a huge Ohio State fan. Please, again, don't unsubscribe because of that. But I stepped away from all of that for a while. And then I sort of stepped back into games. I play a crap ton of Oblivion and some other stuff, Metal Gear, some other things, and that I kind of ramped back up into gaming. But I missed a whole chunk of time, and my backlog is huge. There are so many very popular games that I want to play through that other people love, but I've never experienced them. Red Dead, Persona, the list is very, very long. Okay, so maybe someday we can get to those as first playthroughs on the channel, and if you love those games, I hope you tune in and we can check those out together. But Nier, that's another one. I hear the music is fantastic in those games. But needless to say, right? I do think we're going to get some of. I think that this loss of Aerith is going to affect Sid, and I think that we're going to see some things begin to bubble out of him that we didn't get a chance to see or explore in Rebirth because of how tight that story had to be. So we'll see. Dimitar says languages work differently. Japanese uses specific choices of words that are not as common, specific pronouns, like the multiple versions of Sephiroth. I would assume that's one way that you, or one example of what you're talking about. Like Ore, right, is the one that we get in the Edge of Creation versus others. I've certainly heard people talk about that. Speech patterns that convey a meaning or a feel of a character beyond actual words. A character might say, "I like ice cream," but by using specific pronunciation, maybe, a specific word for like, and a speech pattern might show they are cutesy or childish or tomboyish, etc. Very interesting. Very interesting. I would love to dive into that more. We don't have enough time tonight to do it, but that's very intriguing. And I wonder how much of it also lends itself, whether it's in a meta way or an in-game, in-world, in-universe reference, to Aerith in Rebirth, right? Where she's like, well, there's liking and there's liking. Now, we all know what we think she meant by that, right? Like, you either like somebody or you like them romantically, right? But I almost wonder whether that interplay of words could also sort of be a little reference or a little allusion to the difference in translations like you're talking about there. Penn State. Wither and I, let me tell you, listen, the Big Ten. Go Big Ten. That's all I can say, right? As long as you're not wearing maize and blue, which I think we both agree on, then you're good. I got nothing against the Nittany Lions. Okay, we got to keep going here.
Thank you very much, Hamaguchi-san. It's truly a privilege to be here with you today.
Sorry about a little of the camera work. I was so excited, guys. I was not
so
paying
much
any
to see in
attention.
Revelation. I think we just kind of need to dive right in. What do you say? Let's do it. Okay, take it away, man. I don't mind if I do.
That's pretty cool.
As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above.
Chat, is anybody thrown off by this? I think Blitz said it on his stream. I feel like I want to flip this horizontally, or I hope in the game it's flipped horizontally, because I feel like they should be looking the other direction. I guess it's an adaptation. This may be the way it is in the actual game. It probably is the way it is in the actual game, but I don't know. I kind of threw it a little bit.
The skies above.
This is really cool. Now, what struck me here, right, and we'll see it again later, in this scenario, we're kind of down too low, but we will see the high wind later in a shot around Junon. So this is kind of like lower Junon or under Junon. Man, I hope we see all these mayors again, because they were interesting characters.
Of your mission and the grave threats you'll confront.
Rufus. Guys, how important is Rufus going to be in part 3? Right? Like, during Advent Children, I loved his portrayal way more than I thought I was going to, because he was portrayed as this really, really intelligent figure who had kind of figured out what was going on and was a step ahead of the Advent Children, right? And had kind of used the Turks to get a hold of the last remaining Jenova cells and keep them away from them. Like, but But I think in part 3, now that we saw that scene at the end of Rebirth where he was engaged with Glennaroth, right? And he now kind of knows, whoa, there is more going on here than I thought. I thought, you know, he indicated in that scene, you're just trying to keep me distracted from Sephiroth. But then he finds out, no, wait, I'm actually talking to what appears to be Sephiroth. Now, he doesn't know the Jenova link or component yet, right? But he knows there's stuff going on now. And how does that play into part 3? Because he almost made a deal with the party in Rebirth, right? He was on the cusp where he was willing to say, we need to get rid of Sephiroth, right? He was ahead of the game then. How much more does it change now, right? Like when we saw the Shinra troopers or soldiers helping the party against the weapons earlier, did Rufus provoke that? Did he say, no, we need to help these people against the weapons because I'm trying to put a stop to or take control over what's happening and what's playing out? I think this guy right here is going to be super duper important in Revelation.
As you embark upon your journey and face the
Also, can we talk about this for a second? This friggin' MFer right here, right? What's he holding right there, chat? I saw this in the auditorium. Look at my face. I'm like, the wheels are turning in my head, right? He's got this green goo in this little vial. What is that? It seems to me, based on what he said in Rebirth, where he was very interested in the weapons, is this at some point in the story after we have already taken down a weapon, and this is green goo from its materia that's in its body, right? Like, he wanted to get a hold of their carcasses, right? He wanted to harvest the potential of these weapons for his own maniacal purposes, right? So what's in this vial? It's not the green ooze that's going to make us 4 Ninja Turtles, folks. It's something else, okay? So, Classy, is he going to take it himself? Bro. Maybe.
Face the epic conclusion of the remake series.
Oh, all right. Can we talk for a second about this too? What the heck is going on here? We are clearly in the Northern Crater, or at least that's where it appears that we are. Like, this is a very intimate moment between these two. How does like, first of all, is he actually cupping his head here physically, or is this like a vision like we saw in Remake where he's there but nobody else can see him? We don't know, right? But there's a scenario where Sephiroth got in close to him, which is very weird. And then this face that he makes. Chat, tell me anywhere in Remake or Rebirth that Sephiroth makes this face.
Series.
Like, he makes, like, I'm amused at how I'm toying with you like a cat face. That's not what this is. This appears to be a genuine, like, affectionate, I care for you kind of face, right? Now, the question is, what's Cloud seeing here, right? Because if you follow along, I mean, I don't know about anybody else's interpretations. I know what some other content creators have said, and I do tend to agree with them, right? My read when I first played Rebirth and the game ended, I walked away from that thinking, there is no way that Aerith is not in some capacity Jenova or Sephiroth or some manipulation. I didn't think that was Aerith at all, okay? And I even have a short, maybe I can try to pull it up on the channel when we finish this. I have a short that I did that compares the scene of Aerith turning and looking at Cloud, like when we missed the water burial scene, and the turn that Sephiroth makes in Nibelheim in the flashback where he's standing in the flames. And those two, trust me, they both turn and pivot and look at Cloud in the same exact timing, the same slight smirk in exactly the same moment. Very, very reminiscent of each other. Is that an indication of what's going on here, right? Is a little foreshadowing that we saw at the beginning of Rebirth to connect to the end of Rebirth? I don't know. We'll see what the devs have for us in part 3, but this, as the kids say, looks sus.
Aboard the highway.
These guys, look at these guys. I feel like this shot connects to the other shot we see of them later, where they're kind of like sneaking, as Smeagol would say.
Your very own airship and the pride of the Shinra fleet. You'll take to the skies.
I can't wait to fly this thing around the world, man. It's gonna be awesome. And look at this. We finally get to get a scale, a size for how big Midgard looks from the outside. Now, I know, in case we don't get to it later, there were some interviews with Hamaguchi where he said, when we go back to Midgard, it's going to be very reminiscent to the OG. We're not going to just be able to run around all the different sectors. We're going to go to specific places that the story is going to have us go to, that Midgard is not going to be explorable in that way. But the Midgard region on the exterior of Midgard will be explorable, much like it was in the OG. Personally, like, I wish we could explore some of the sectors we've never seen before, like 2, 3, 4. Like, you know, they're supposed to be there. We never see them anywhere in any of the compilation in the remake project. I'd love to see how those people live. Maybe they're just the same as everybody else. We'll never know, because we never get to go there. But anyways, but this looks intriguing to me, especially when we get a shot of it later from the air.
To the sun-drenched
Mediel. This is really cool. I love the shot of Tifa just sort of looking down over this environment.
Mediel archipelago, to the warrior nation of Wutai.
And Wutai as well. And you get all the statues and everything that's all throughout here. I love the look of this whole place. This looks really, really awesome.
Simply pick a direction.
And this is something else that struck me during this trailer, guys. Like, the entirety of where we traveled throughout Rebirth is basically shown to us in one shot from the air, right? Like, we've got Nibelheim here, we've got Costa del Sol down here. This is the beach that you go, like, shell hunting with Aerith. Here's the Gold Saucer, so this is like that place where you kind of like need the buggy to go past to help Johnny with getting the crown, right? This is the larger Corel region. This is the Gongaga region out here. Here's Cosmo Canyon, right? So, like, once we cross the ocean from Junon on the Shinra 8, the majority of where we travel in Rebirth is all on this shot right here, right? So if that's the case, then, like, what the heck is with this water? Like, you mean to tell me that if we think about the planet and the way that it's constructed, that water goes all the way out to the horizon, and then because Hamaguchi said that you can fly literally around the world like the OG, they figured out the mechanics to how to make this happen in Revelation. You can fly towards the horizon and you'll eventually get back to the other side, right? Well, that would mean that the way the planet is built, the majority of it is water. Because you're going to fly all the way out to that horizon, more water on the horizon to get back to the other side, and then finally get back to land Junon, which is directly behind the camera, right? So this is the oddest planet I've ever seen, because the bulk of what's around it is water, and then you got all the land, like basically like right here, right? It just seems very, very strange. But who knows? Maybe it won't feel that way when we actually play it. But I'm intrigued to see how it looks when we get it in game.
That's safe.
And then I think Warriors of Hype did their own video around the world map recently in the last week. Definitely go check that out. And I think they're right. I think like Wutai has been moved down here instead of off the coast here because of all these sort of like pillar-esque mountains and things that you get in the distance there.
But how can you be expected to protect the whole world at once?
This cracked me up.
Fast.
I am not jumping. No way, no how.
I am not jumping. Guys, John Eric Bentley, let's give it up to him again, man. Like, I mean, this whole voice cast is incredible, but man, that line just like cracked me up.
Don't worry, these parachutes are top of the line. Pull the cord and pop. You'll be floating through the air like a feather.
I love Tifa jumping off here.
Any moment in the open world, simply pilot the high wind to your destination and take a leap of faith. Wind rushing past, you'll descend seamlessly from the sky above to the ground below.
Now that's pretty cool. I like that a lot. And another question I have is, like, clearly they piloted the Highwind here, and then they jumped off and they landed below it to this location, right? But does it always work that way? This is another curiosity I have about the Highwind. Is like you have this elevated region over here on the right on this like this precipice out here, right? If you were to fly the Highwind slightly over in that direction and you parachute off, do you land on top of that? Or do you have fixed points that you parachute into where you land here regardless of where you stop the Highwind in the sky? I don't know. Also, it doesn't seem like this is the case, but can you control your parachute? Like when you're flying in, is it like Fortnite? Is it like Call of Duty? Like you can just sort of aim your parachute over and land on that, even if you had the Highwind above where they're showing on the beach here? A lot of question marks. A lot of stuff we don't know yet.
Where will the winds guide?
So this is more Medial, we know, because we see this big thing out here. It's very interesting to me that it looks like this is sort of a tree grew up around whatever this is, which appears to be a massive pillar of materia and dirt, right? And I kind of wonder whether or not this is meant to be some other kind of location in reference to some FF7 lore. Like, is Medial no longer just this random island, and instead it's like it's a specific point or place that matters to the life stream in the story, right? Like maybe because it's an entry point to the life stream, maybe the life stream has built up and crystallized over time to form this giant pillar. Could be.
First, that freedom is in your hands.
And then obviously we get Wutai here in a shot of the original snapping or Happy Turtle. I'll be curious to see if we go back to Midgar. Do we see some of the people that we had met previously and what they're up to or what they're doing? Like Marl, who ran the Stargazer Heights, or the Happy Turtle guy, or some other folks. We also know, sadly, some folks we won't see, like members of Avalanche.
No matter your destination, to defeat your enemy.
And then somebody had pointed out, like, maybe since they have this helicopter pad here, which is, again, I think this is probably part of the Midgar region. Is that a place that you can actually, like, park the Highwind? Can you park the Highwind at Junon, or are you just always parachute downing in? I think we're always just parachuting off of the Highwind. I don't think we actually land it anywhere. And I did also see somebody pose the question of, like, well, and I know there was a Hamaguchi interview for it where basically somebody had asked, like, how do we get back on the Highwind? And he had said, well, you fast travel back to the Highwind. It's just going to be my headcanon, folks, that the crew, whoever we have running the Highwind for us when we're not on it, that they swoop down and get us whenever we choose to fast travel. It's just going to be the way that I think of it in my own brain. To make sense of it, you can handle it however.
You'll need a fighting chance in that.
Guys, I am so happy we're going to get more Reno in Revelation, because he legit is one of my favorite characters. Like, there is a shortage of gingers in video games, and we need more representation. That's one of the reasons I loved Reno in the OG. That's the reason I really loved him in Reno in Advent Children. They steal every scene that they're in. So to see him, like, square off against the party here is interesting. That sign behind them says Central Shaft, so clearly this is in Midgar when they've returned. I'm curious to see, because Hamaguchi has said that the Turks will play a larger role in Part 3. So I wonder exactly what's happening here. And I do also find it funny that in Rebirth, the exchange we had when we first met Vincent is that he was like, he kind of grabbed Kate Sith, palmed his head and like a basketball, and kind of walked off with him. And now in this shot, he's kind of like stepping in front of him, like protecting him a little bit. So I think that that's pretty interesting, especially, again, given what's going on with Kate Sith, which we won't talk about more here. But I'm dying to see more Reno and more Turks.
At long last, with the world teetering on a blade's edge, everyone assembled.
So I know Blitz already pointed this out the day of. No Vincent in this shot. we think we get some gameplay footage of him in a second where he might come in. And I think that, Nico or some other folks had pointed out this is also kind of where Sid, like, introduces himself as the Dashing Dragoon or whatever. So I think that we do kind of, like, if you haven't seen Nico's video, he just posted about how he thinks that Revelation is going to start. I would encourage you to go check that out because I think that he's really onto something there. And it would make a lot of sense based on Sid introducing himself in kind of this moment.
It's a cloud side, forming an epic ensemble of heroes.
Now, this is the same shot where we see Barrett and Kate Sith wearing fits later with sort of these servers in the background. So I think that we're either going to see this end up being inside the High Wind somewhere or inside the sub. That's the two things that seem like they make the most sense.
Each with their own story.
And this, I'm intrigued, chat, to figure out where this is. Because this is one of the locations that has stood out to me most in all the footage we got, is where the heck are they right now, right? It seems like they're in some kind of reactor or something. But I'm just really intrigued based on her reactions in this scene, how she's looking around, she's sort of taking in what's happening here. I really want to know. Like, she goes from, like, stern and ready to fight to, like, questioning what's happening or looking around. And she kind of softens a bit. I'm wondering what's happening here.
Closer together than ever.
Here's the shot of Sid and Vincent. I think that this is part of the stealing of the High Wind, which, for me, I'm super excited because I was saying from the get-go, I said this to Blitz and some others, in the OG, for good reason, we just sort of saw things play out the way they did, and it was kind of surprising. But I would love to see them, because the devs have been unafraid to split the party up and send us with different combinations. I would love to see, in some capacity, a combination like go grab the High Wind for us. That would be a lot of fun. Sort of like a heist kind of quest in the game.
But a good unit needs more.
And then this obviously this appears to be again in the northern crater in some capacity. And again, like if we're looking at the people who are in this shot, we got everybody except for there's no Tifa, there's no Cloud, there's no Zach or Aerith if you want to throw them in there as well, right? So, interesting. When exactly is this happening? When did they go back without them?
To save the day, it needs a disciplined.
And then we get some Wu-Tai footage here.
Established.
Yuffie has some kind of new maneuver here where she's like dual wielding these shurikens, which looks really, really cool. And I will toss this out now, chat, because I know it's come up a lot in some other people's breakdowns. There's a bunch of these menus that don't feature any buttons to like tell us like which button is which, right? I think that actually is intentional because they're building the game, but they're building it multi-plat, right? It's going to go to Switch 2, it's going to go to PC, it's going to go to Xbox, it's going to go to PlayStation. So these combinations of buttons are going to change for every menu. So the fact that we don't see any specific buttons like X or square or whatever right now, I think that that's just because they're building it the way they're building it, and those will be skinned on towards the end. That's just sort of like my take on it. And additionally, I know somebody pointed it out in one of my comments on one of my videos already. There's these, we've got all of our synergy pips down here. These have remained. We've got these limit pips, which somebody had reminded me when you get level 2 and level 3 limit breaks and rebirth, these appear to show you what level of limit break you're able to perform. So Vincent could, and Kate Sith and Yuffie could perform a greater limit break than the other two, right? We don't know what this Curious Gray number 1 is. When we get to the Vincent gameplay, I'll point out something else about that. But again, Vincent's almost at a limit here, but what the heck's his limit break? Like, that is very curious to me, right? So, we'll see.
Established in Remake and refined in Rebirth, is perfected in Revelation, putting even more...
So watch this, chat. This is really cool. So you got Vincent and Tifa, and if you watch, at one point, Sid's gonna let go of his spear, and Tifa is gonna take it and whack somebody with it. It's really cool.
Putting even more power in your hands.
Right there.
Let's go. Real-time action.
And then this also struck me in the shot in the auditorium. Like, she's doing her somersault right there. But in this one, Barrett legit grabs Tifa and, like, swings her down and slams her into a bad guy. This is super cool.
Real-time action. Seamlessly
Right
switch
there.
between party members to even the odds. Then,
That's really cool. I love
the fight
that.
calls for strategy. Enter tactical mode to unleash a suite of powerful...
And then as we can see here, just like we had in Rebirth, we've got the extra party members out in the back. You got Vincent out here, you got Sid out here, but the party is Cloud, Barrett, Tifa, right? It looks like the fits might be represented here. Like you can see Tifa has this little thing here instead of a dot. So maybe these two are not wearing fits, but she's wearing the Black Mage. That could be. Yeah, I'm curious to see. There's a bunch about combat that we haven't seen yet that I'm very curious to see. Oh, the one with Tifa and Barrett is not new? Man, which one is that? I don't remember doing that one. But I saw it in the trailer and I was like, wow, that was really awesome. But I don't know what combinations I really ran in Rebirth. I think the Avalanche two-step? Wow, Classy, thanks for that. Man, I'm gonna ultimately end up doing another Rebirth playthrough, which is gonna be awesome because now it's gonna be on the PS5 Pro. It's gonna be with all the lighting enhancement they just rolled out and etc. So I want to see how all of it looks, and I want to try to do all of the synergies and all of the limits just as much as possible. And I want to kind of mix up my party combinations because, like most times, even like the OG, right, you kind of settle in with one party. Which for me, for the most part, was either Cloud Tifa Aerith or Cloud Tifa Yuffie. Just because Yuffie's broken, right? So, like, it's hard to not take her, especially because she can do so much elemental damage. But I'm kind of hoping that with the way they're going to do these fit systems, we're going to have even greater expansion than we got in Rebirth. We got some, like, default elemental abilities so we could get away from having to have materia of ice or fire or something like that. And I'm hoping that we'll get more. Here's one thing I do hope they do with materia. I told Blitz this already, but my hope, in order for them to free up some materia slots, because materia real estate, especially in Revelation, is going to be a prime commodity. It's going to be like we're going to need every materia slot we can get. Right, so in the progression of combat from Remake to Rebirth, we had a scenario where basically the AI controlled characters in your party did nothing, right? And you kind of had to like control and dictate everything. And then in Rebirth, they gave them some better unique ability to or understanding so that they would do more in combat, which is nice. But they also gave us a purple materia that would provoke the character to do their unique auto ability by themselves. So they would do their triangle or whatever, whatever system you're playing on, right? So like Tifa would do her, she would do her martial arts moves. Barrett would do his bigger like, man, what the heck? I can't even think of the name of it off the top of my head. His like overdrive or whatever it was, his big blast attack that he does. Cloud would do his Punisher stance, right? Like everybody would do those unique abilities on their own, right? Well, what I would love to see them do in Revelation to perfect the combat is just drop that purple materia out of the game altogether, and the AI controlling Barrett or Tifa in this scenario with this party that we're seeing on screen, they just go ahead and do that stuff by default. No materia required, right? I think that would be a great evolution to the combat, and would also remove the need to have that materia slot used up to get them to do something that hopefully they would just do on their own, right? That would be really, really nice. Also possible, what's the perks of being a summoner? pilot the summon, stronger potency if they do the summon? Those are all great questions. We don't know the answer to that. If Legend Gary was here, though, he had a great idea that I will give him a ton of credit for when Blitz and I were talking before Summer Game Fest, where he suggested, what if, because they need to rework summons, right? Like, for my experience playing Remake, summons were pretty important. They were very impactful. You could only call them once per battle and mostly during boss battles, and you didn't need to rely on them, but they were super helpful. In Rebirth, by contrast, the party was so fun, the combat with the party was so fun. They had so many dynamic, unique abilities. They had synergy abilities. They had all this other crazy stuff they could do. I almost never use summons, folks. Almost never. I don't know about you all, but like, I struggle to think of a time I did use them, really, right? We acquired them all, right? And there's conversation to be had about Chadley and VR and blah, blah, blah. But that aside, they need to rework summons and the utility of them. And maybe the summoner class is one way to do that. But what Legendary suggested was maybe having synergy abilities with the summons. So like Cloud and Ifrit could attack together in tandem using synergy pips or something like that. That would be super cool. If every character had a different dynamic way they engaged with the summon in a combo attack, man, that would be really freaking cool. Really cool. I hope they do that. I hope they steal that idea, honestly, if they weren't thinking of it, because it would be really neat. Now, what we don't get here, folks, is we don't get any indication of any kind of triple tech synergy abilities across all three party members. I'm hoping that they're withholding that, and we will get that in the final build. Also, we don't get any hot swaps of current party members to ancillary party members like Final Fantasy X. I also hope that's in the cards. I think that would be really, really fun. They wouldn't need to tweak combat to account for it. It would have to have some kind of cost, like synergy pips or ATB or a combination of both or something. You couldn't just hot swap all freely all the time like Final Fantasy X. That only worked in 10 because it was turn-based, and you could see who was coming next in the order, and you could, figure that out. Also, 10 had like specific enemies that specific people needed to target and deal with. Waka needed to deal with the flyers. Lulu needed to deal with, like flawns or people who you needed to use magic on, right? So they don't really have that in this game necessarily, but they could build it in such a way where you needed certain party members to deal with certain enemies or enemy combinations, and so they would be building the combat in the encounters in such a way that you were encouraged to hot swap, even if you could like brute force your way through it if you wanted to. So we'll see. I hope that that's the case. I hope that both of those things are coming, triple techs and party member swaps, but we'll see.
New spells and abilities. Activate devastating
Some of the same abilities and spells are available here.
synergies with your companions.
Before.
And of course,
And then, as some other people have already commented or pointed out, other creators, there's definitely stuff going on with the summons, at the very least, in terms of what they do, right? Like it says here, Ifrit is a stagger type and an element type, which is very interesting to me. Now, as Blitz pointed out, if we go to Magic Pot, well, it doesn't really tell us anything about what that one does. We can presume or assume that green heart equals healing in some capacity, some kind of support mechanic, and we don't really have any idea what the blue, up indicator is from Titan. But maybe that's sort of like a boost of defense or knocking an enemy in the air or something like that. We don't know.
of course, call on mighty summoned entities that can turn the tide of battle.
But Cloud is fighting in Mediel here. Or no, this is Gongaga, because you can see the ropes there. So, us go back to some of these locations. Classy, you've been playing Rebirth with the whole party.
There are truly some.
I did a lot. I didn't get the hang of everybody's playstyles and really mastering everybody, especially Kate Sith. Like, I barely honestly played as him in my one and only playthrough of Rebirth so far. There's a lot to his kit that I would still have to figure out. But one thing I did kind of get the hang of is swapping around between the 3 party members I do have in the fight to get them all to be used in tandem with each other. And that was a lot of fun. It's really dynamic when you switch around and you don't just stick with one character and just, pummel enemies with just that one person the whole time.
Chill-inducing fights ahead in Revelation. I'm so excited to see all of your reactions. It's gonna be amazing.
I'm guessing you have a favorite character to play battle.
I thought they were going to be done here, guys. I didn't anticipate they were going to give us even more.
Since you brought it up, let's have a look at our newest Huffington.
Yeah!
So this is where we get what we think is the introduction of Vincent in the Northern Crater when he joins the party or comes in, and that would fit because this is a really cool way for him to just come in out of nowhere.
I won't return to my coffin until we've put Sephiroth in his.
And this is clearly, by the way, I love that line. I won't go back to my coffin until we put Sephiroth in his. Guys, he's got an agenda. He's got a vendetta. He wants to get this accomplished, right? But we do also see this creature, whatever it is, kind of with these red spots to them, kind of fade and break apart, almost as if it's made up of whispers. And you got all these other black whispers around wherever they are. So this might be like a boss battle we have to fight right before we get to the center of the Northern Crater. Maybe, potentially, possibly.
Vincent is a deft gunslinger.
Okay, so this right here, this is obviously not in combat, right? So this definitely appears to be traversal through a cavern where he's shooting these things in the environment, kind of like Barrett could in the Mithril Mines, that type of thing. But I am hoping that this same type of shooter mechanic is somehow built into his combat kit, because that would be really fun. I had tossed that idea out to Blitz when we were doing our pre-SGF stream, because I think it would add a dynamic to Vincent that would be different than anybody else in the party. So I'm hoping that we don't just see it here, but we see it in combat as well.
Capable of delivering precise, high-yield shots. But there's more to this secretive former Turk than meets the eye. The result of experimentation.
Yeah, so you see how he has this gray number 1, right, over here by his name and his ATB bar. And his, obviously we could slice and dice his menu commands to figure out, what retribution is, what these other things are. But watch this number 1.
Hands of Shinra. Vincent can transform.
So when he transforms into the beast, that turned red. Now, it could be a coincidence. They could have just cut to a different portion of the scene where it changed to red. Maybe it's something else that changes red. Maybe he's got potency or strength to his forms, and that's what the 1 is. We're not sure. But that, or maybe those are the amount of times that he can perform his, his triangle, like his Diabolus impact, or whatever. But, and also Blitz pointed out, what's this little marker on his health bar that's shiny that's over here to the right underneath the 1, right? We don't know. We don't know what that indicator is, but nobody else has those except for him. I think he had kind of maybe intimated or guessed maybe this is where Vincent's health was when he transformed into the beast. And when he transforms back out of the beast, he goes back to whatever his health bar was originally at. Could be. We're not really sure, right? But we'll we'll learn more about combat as we go. I think we're all just like, we were starved for so long for any information for part 3, which again, gosh, it's so nice to not to say that anymore. But even though Hamaguchi's been talking a ton, and we almost feel like, man, like, you're saying a little too much, pal. At the same time, like, we're just dying to know more, right? Because we just want to get the game in our hands. And I think that is proof that what Square Enix is doing is working, right? And I hope they do a great job at the marketing cycle on Revelation in comparison to what they did with Rebirth.
The galleon beast in the press of a button, gaining tremendous
power. I love how he tears it up here.
And
then he works with Sid to do synergy abilities. That's really cool. Now you notice this one over here now has a timer around it. You see this? It's got like an indicator, like it's counting up or counting down. So, again, I'm curious to see what's going on there.
Ferocious results.
And actually, you'll notice both Vincent and Sid both have their limits. Their limit bars are full. They actually have limit 2 available. But there's no limit option in the command menu. So I think that they're withholding that information intentionally for now. Yeah, so here's where he introduces himself. We talked about this.
Sid Highwind.
Sid Highwind.
And then so a couple things here. I love how he's doing this little like jab, 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 like this multi thing. And you'll see him also kind of like doing a lot of air combat, which I think is really cool and dynamic. But also, Mercer called him the cantankerous Sid Highwind. And if you look up the definition of that word, I think we will, to somebody's comment earlier, I think we will get a little bit of that reveal of his OG personality in this game.
Pilot extraordinaire joins the party and their mission.
Yeah, so he does like these corkscrews. He's kind of whipping around somebody.
Allows him to
He's jumping around, and then I think at one point here in the air, he like lets go of his spear.
rapidly close the distance for powerful strikes.
And then just kind of like
or
sends it
engage
over
in
there.
sweeping area of effect attacks.
And I like that they gave him area of attack, like some kind of AoE effect on enemies. But how many enemies are we really going to face? Because, like, most of the time, you're facing off against just a few. I think that's what really set apart the experience we had in Rebirth and the Temple of the Ancients, especially when we were fighting all those Shinra troopers, because there were so many of them, and so many of them on screen in combat at once, that it felt like, at some points, you were fighting against an army, right? So that was really fun, and I hope that he gets a chance to use these maneuvers on a decent amount of enemies in combat at some point during Revelation.
A whole host of enemies to heal.
And then Blitz also pointed out that during this shot, you can actually see the Highwind floating above us. So it will be in the sky overhead during the course of the game when we're not actively on it.
But to fully control the battle.
Okay, so now we're back to this server room, wherever this is. Thank goodness they got a fire extinguisher, because, you know, with Red in his tail, you never know what could happen, right? You don't want to be trapped on a sub or trapped in an airship and have no way to put a fire out. But now they're going to introduce the fit systems. So we don't know what class this is for Barrett. I think somebody at one point said maybe like Knight or something like that. Could be. It also could be that, like, this is part of his, like, you know, cold weather attire too, because that looks pretty warm, right? And it looked like you kind of had like an arm there, with a shoulder, with a gloved arm. So that seems like maybe it could be. It's a really long glove on that arm. So, and the arm is pretty lean. So it's got to be Tifa or Yuffie, one of the two.
Control the battlefield.
And then now you get the summoner look, the summoner fit from Kate Sith. Now, another thing that Hamaguchi said in a recent interview that I think hit this morning, that I liked and shared on X or Twitter, whatever we're saying, is he said that the Moogle will also get fits. I think that's hilarious. I think that it's neat that it's not just Kate Sith, but that the Moogle gets the outfits too. That's tremendously hilarious. I can't wait to see that.
To further augment your combat capabilities.
Now, you do briefly get to see this hand reappear on screen for like 3 frames, 4 frames, right? So there's the bottom end of that arm. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure who that is, but just based on what we saw, it's got to be Tifa or it's got to be Yuffie. And somebody else pointed out these characters in the background here. Like one of them looks like they're playing guitar. It seems like it's a cozy little space, so maybe this is the High Wind and not the submarine. But to me, kind of looked like a couple of people might be Al Bhed. I'm not going to say anything about any like Final Fantasy X like connections or interweaving, but looks a little bit like how they're dressed.
Let's try this on.
Okay, so a couple things here. So one, we get the fit system shown off at least for one for Cloud and one for Tifa. Cloud has this like picture here, which I think is meant to represent him in some capacity. It's not like meant to represent a fit, but he kind of has this sort of like image underneath of his equipment and everything.
Function integrated tactical super.
And you notice how it didn't change, even though his fit changed, right? So I think it's meant to represent him as a character and not the fit that he's wearing. And I know that there's some people who are like, you know, don't like this combat outfit. I'm intrigued. I want to see what all the fits look like, and just see what options that we get, and also like how it impacts these stats, because it doesn't seem like these stats are impacted by normal things that we would normally expect. But we'll see. And then when we get to Tifa, so now you see how Tifa has this diagram behind hers that's meant to reflect her as a character. That's different than Cloud, but that doesn't change based on her fit.
Allows you to further customize your.
So now she's got this outfit on. This again didn't change, right? But now she's dressed as a black mage. Also, I know a lot of people have been speculating, like, where is this location in the menu, right? And you know, you got a piano in the back, you got these picnic tables, you got this worn couch. It's like the open air, like the ceiling in this place is busted. You got these pipes. So, I mean, anybody's guess at the moment as to where they are. They got these windows that are kind of shattered. So this could be in the Gungaga somewhere, like some of those dilapidated places that we saw when we were traveling that environment. It could be like a Professor Gast's home. It could be like part of like the Nibelheim Manor, if it's all run down, like upstairs kind of thing. It could be a number of different places, guys. If we're talking about how, you know, in some alternate world, I know Max has referred to this. There's some world in which Cloud like became a Starbucks barista, right? Maybe this is 500 years in the future, and this is the cafe where he was a barista, right? Like, we don't know. It could be anywhere right now. So, and I'm also wondering whether this menu changes dynamically based on which region or location we're in, or if this is always the image we're going to see in the background. Curious, very curious.
Customize your playstyle with new uniforms and unique movesets alongside your equipment and materials.
So now we get to see them use it. So now she's using some of that Black Mage ability to hurl fire. We also get to see Cloud.
Face what's coming. You need all the strength.
Oh, and Blitz pointed this out too. Like, what's really interesting here is that the damage scaling. There's all this damage, which is like double digits, even triple digits, 357, 217. And then at the end, suddenly, she's doing max 9999 critical damage. That's pretty crazy, right?
It's coming. You'll need all the strength.
And then we get to Cloud. Cloud seems to have some kind of an ability. Like, you'll see now he has like the warrior fit or whatever represented here. Like, she has Black Mage. But now he's got these 1, 2, 3, maybe even a 4 mechanic that go alongside his ATB bar. He's got some kind of an indicator below that, which we don't know what that does. But he does some kind of a move here that seems to have a fire element to it and also a wind element that's represented by green.
You can muster. Sensing.
Like he's switching back and forth between elements during that one single attack.
That's pretty cool. swinging in the balance. The planet itself has unleashed its last line of defense. The weapons.
Yeah, so here's what Classy or somebody said earlier, that she calls out to this weapon as if she recognizes it. And I wonder, we never get a good angle to see it, but I wonder whether if you see this weapon from the other side, like on its, this is what we're seeing over here on this side is like its left shoulder. But if you saw the other side on the right shoulder, I wonder if you would see that green scar from where Sephiroth cut it in Rebirth in the live stream. Maybe that would give us a good confirmation or indication that that this is the same one Tifa knows.
The weapons, ancient beasts.
Yeah, see, like right here, like if we could see the backside of this shoulder, would we see a cut, right, where it would give us a good indication? But I know some people were like critical of what looked like the size of these weapons, but dude, look at this. These are Shinra troopers down here taking it on. Look how tiny they look compared to this thing, right? They are not small in any way. I think that they're a good size for what they are, and this is not the only one. They vary in sizes. I also noticed, and we'll see this when we get to Sapphire weapon too, like the materia that seems to be inside of these weapons vary in color. Almost like materia in the world that we use in battle, they vary in color, right? So like this is a green one, but when we get to the Sapphire weapon, it's a blue one. Like there's blue, like elemental materia and stuff like that. So I'm wondering whether we will see or engage in combat against various weapons that have yellow materia in their belly or purple materia or whatever. So I'm curious to see how that develops.
That are larger than life and capable of untold destruction.
Now, guys, this right here, I mean, clearly we knew there had to be some way that we deal with these weapons because of how massive they are. And this is like an indication. We kind of get Yuffie using one of these things. You can see Sid's piloting one of these things. Vincent is on one of these cannons. And then this one, I can't tell who's over here on this. Maybe it's just unmanned. But Tifa, Barrett, and Red are in the party. So we're going to have some measure, as I know Hamaguchi also mentioned this, the party is going to be fighting the weapon, and then the rest of the party is going to be supporting, right? So this right here, this thing floating in the sky that they're all shooting these beams at, that screams Chadley to me, right? Like, we know Chadley's going to be involved in some of the fighting of the weapons. He's going to, have a station or a headquarters built in the high wind that he's using or operating out of. So these like Chad probes or whatever we want to call them, because he seems to name things after himself, like whatever it is that he calls this. I would imagine this is part of like his participation in how things go. Also point out, like, you see like a Chocobo station up here. I hope the little guy that is leading us to that one is tucked away safe right now, that he's not going to get hurt. Hide his little acorn butt until we're able to see him. But yeah, you can see Kate Sith, everybody's shooting at this thing to sort of build it up or whatever that they're doing. And now you can see this from a different angle, right? Like you can see the smoke in the distance, whatever that is. Here's that Chocobo stop again.
As the world is torn up.
So then it gives off some kind of a field that is like healing the party and giving the party their MP back. So maybe that's part of how they're participating in the battle, is not just affecting the weapon, but they're also rejuvenating the party in some capacity.
You and your friends.
And then you got Yuffie and Red running through what looks like part of Wutai. She'll zip from this rooftop across
In Revelation, we come to the thrilling conclusion.
We get to Fat Chocobo. Here's our iconic, like, I need to break out of this, these handcuffs shot. And I'm just going to toss this out there because I always found it to be really, really neat in Remake and Rebirth. I like how Tifa's tights collect lint. Like, if you've never noticed that before and you pay attention to the detail that they built into these games, like, in a normal scenario, that fabric would collect stuff on it, if you pay attention to it in Rebirth, I promise you will see it. I think that that's pretty cool. I like that attention to detail that they place there. And you notice she's not even wearing her gloves here, right? But she is wearing them boots because those, if there's a fit. Oh, like her fit earlier she tried on with the long red boots. That was really cool. I think Square, like, it's a miss that they don't adapt part of a fashion line for FF7 and put those boots out for people to purchase, because I feel like they'd sell. They're pretty fly. Did people still say fly? I don't know.
The Final Fantasy VII saga, and your mission is clear.
Yeah. So who was it earlier, Classy or somebody, that said that background looked like it was the gas chamber? I think you're right. Look at this. That looks very similar to what we're seeing right here, right? I think you're onto something. Can't emphasize. Sorry, I happened to look over the chat. Nick Merkel, can't emphasize enough how tired I am of everybody getting Nanaki and Reeves' names wrong. What's wrong with me? Did I mix up Nanaki and Reeve somewhere, chat? I don't even think that I've mentioned Reeves' name once this whole time. I mean, personally, I don't say Red anymore. I know I said this on one of our pre-SGF chats that Blitz and I had, but Rebirth fundamentally changed how I view Red 13. In the OG, I knew him as Red 13. I knew we got his name as Nanaki, and even in Remake, at the end of Remake, I was like, "Oh, it's Red! Oh, it's Red!" But after seeing or getting a chance to experience a vision of what he went through in Rebirth when he was tested on by Hojo and those trials that everybody went through in Rebirth, it has changed fundamentally my perception of that character, where I only call him Nanaki now. I refuse to call him Red 13 anymore because I think what Hojo did was like so disrespectful to him that I don't want to use the moniker that Hojo gave him, right? And I think that that's just a testament to just how emotionally impactful these games can be for us, and how well, again, the devs have sunk such a tremendous job into these games, that it can do things like that. It can completely like recontextualize things that we have known for close to 30 years and make me rethink how I even look at a character. That's just a testament to how good a job they've done in Rebirth. So
your mission is clear. Take up your Buster Sword.
So yeah. Now you get images of Cloud. You get Yuffie again. All about that materia. For her, it's not about the base. It's about the materia, folks. And then this shot here. Yeah, I think that this is a good point. I think that those are our parachutes, and we're landing back in at a place where we're all joining forces together, whether that is headed back towards the northern crater or somewhere else. But the gang's all here.
And stand together.
And then this was interesting to both Blitz and myself, because we're clearly getting a fight in what seems like maybe the northern crater, but a headless Jenova, right? Like, is this the version of Jenova death that we get in this game? We're not sure. But I think it's really, really interesting from a narrative standpoint and a battle perspective that we're getting a headless Jenova. Like, you get the whole, like, you can see the spinal column and everything in it. Very, very intriguing.
Last time.
And then obviously we get Pico. Hamaguchi has talked a lot about how we're not gonna do traditional chocobo breeding, which I think we all agree. Like, how do you adapt that in 2026, 2027 to make it work? And I think it makes sense that we're probably we are definitely getting Pico back, and we like build him up with new capabilities to be able to do a lot of the maneuvering of the different environments. Like he learns as we go, and that's a good way to do it. I am hoping at some point that he does he get the opportunity to change colors, or do we learn from the different chocobos that are different colors? Does he get to become a gold chocobo when he learns everything? That would be kind of cool. And if we don't get a revisiting of some of the previous chocobos from Rebirth for him to learn from or whatever, I will be a little sad because, candidly, like, I thought the other chocobos were kind of interesting and in Rebirth, and I even nicknamed the one from Nibelheim Selena Chocobez because her name was Selena. And I just thought it was a fun play on words. But, oh, and yeah, Jesse said, it seems early enough in the game with that Jenova fight because the HP was low in the previous scene. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, some of the scenes we're getting seems to be much earlier in the game based on HP levels and stuff, and some seems to be, you know, midway point or decently further in the game. Now we get more of these Sid fighting. He does this like spiral. We get Barrett getting like jacked in the face, and then you get this shot of the High Wind shooting down at Ultimate Weapon. And what's intriguing here is in the OG, like, this is legit. It's one of Sid's limit breaks, right? He calls in artillery or firepower from the High Wind. So this seems to be more from a cutscene, but I'm interested to see whether or not part of Sid's combat mechanics, like his limit break, if we maintain some of this, like calling on the High Wind for support from the air. And then we get more Black Whispers swirling around. This seems again to be in the northern crater. Looks like it's around the same time as that Jenova fight, just based on the stuff that's on the ground here, right? And then we get another shot of the northern crater here. Vincent goes doing his Naruto run. And then we get this scene here, which was iconic. And I love the fact that they went back to it and finished the scene, or give us more of the scene. I thought it was a neat part on Hamaguchi's part to play that.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Hamaguchi-san, for bringing us this extended look at Final Fantasy VII Revelation. I think I speak for all of us when I say we cannot wait to play it.
But I think we edited the video too early. I hate to leave a story.
This guy, chat.
Finished.
Does he know how to do it, or does he know how to do it? You know,
No.
He knows we're all dying, and he just wanted to give us more. This is a little loud.
Get the cannon back online, now!
Look at that, man. Okay, so you'll notice the High Wind is here. So I think we do get the High Wind in the same, like, escape from Junon that we get in the OG. I think it plays out roughly similar. We'll see why in just a second. But here's this... Look, here's this blue materia that I mentioned earlier, right? So I'm curious to see whether these weapons all have different versions of the massive, huge materia in them. And I love this shot. That was hilarious. He gives us this grin here with like multiple layers of teeth. This is hilarious.
Let's go.
So we, you know, I think this is neat because it gives us an opportunity to look forward to how do we resolve this? Do we actually get to fight Sapphire Weapon this time? And it does also play into this build-up we've had of if fate can be changed, right? If that's kind of part of the whole will it, won't it with the remake project, well, even the fate for the weapons can be changed. Like, nothing at this moment, at least in the way it's being presented to us, nothing is certain anymore, right? We can't trust the OG experience to fully guide us because this Sapphire Weapon pulled the same stunt Cloud did in Gongaga and Rebirth, where he gets shot at and he's just like, meh. And Sapphire Weapon does the exact same thing. Sapphire lost a wing during the blast. Hold on, Blitz. Let's go back and watch that just one more time here. Let's see if we can see it.
Let's go.
Oh! love that explosion too. Look at that. Just like this mountain just blasts. So I do think this sort of plays into some of the classic escape. Like you saw it make contact with the building in the other shot right before this. It's got to back up far enough. You'll see it. Yeah, see right there? You got where it connects with the building, and it creates that cut. We know how that's gonna play out, chat. And there's the high wind. You can see the high wind down below. You won't be able to see it because I got my thing here, but like right there, you can see the high wind down below, kind of hovering.
The promise is fulfilled. The journey ends here.
So what was really neat about that, chat, is we finally not only got a release date, but I know others have pointed this out as well. These images completely reflect the OG FF7's CD case, right? You had Cloud on the front, you had Aerith underneath disc 2, you had Sephiroth and the Flames underneath disc 3. That's really cool. And you also had that it's coming to all platforms, and then this voiceover where it started the trailer at the beginning of where we started, and talking about the planet summoning the weapons, and then here at the end with the promise being fulfilled. I think we very much feel like it's the same OG or the same narration that we got in the very first remake reveal trailer at E3 2015. It seems like it's the same character talking. Now, whether that's Gina talk, whether that's an old Nanaki, in the future, whether it's somebody else entirely, we don't know, right? But I do think that there is a connection between them that we need to, find out what the connection is or how it pieces together, okay? So that was really cool. You'll see at the end here, I pan the camera over and you hear Wade, Professor Noctis at the end.
Wow!
This Professor Noctis. Oh! So chat, it was incredibly cool, very cool, to get to be there, see that, and see how they're devoting such intentional care to everything that they're doing. I think that's really, really neat. Okay, so let's pivot. Let's change gears. Let me pop this open here and see what we can see here. Oops. I lost you. Where'd you go? I clicked one thing too many, chat. Sorry about that. Okay, so I will just toss out there real quick before I move forward. I know it's not FF7, but we're gonna move right back into the FF7 stuff. But since I already have it here, one of the other things I did get to see at Summer Game Fest was I got a chance to take a look at the remake for Tomb Raider 1, Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis. I was kind of really blown away. I'm a big fan of this series. I was really kind of blown away by this. I did a review of the demo that Blitz and I got, and Subtext, we all got hands-on with the demo. You can check that out on my channel right now, so feel free to go check that out. This is just a little bit of footage that I had from that. But that was really, really good, and I enjoyed that a lot. And since I had that on my my Twitter feed here, I figured I would just I would toss that out real quick. But if you're a fan of Tomb Raider, definitely check that out, because that looks really good. And the crazy thing is that's going to literally come out what feels like a month or two before Revelation, right? So we're going to be eating good, and we're going to have a lot to do. It's also going to make the lead up to Revelation really complicated, because I definitely want to cover Legacy of Atlantis on the channel, but also want to do stuff leading up to Revelation. Maybe go back through the OG, because I haven't really done that in a long time, or some other things that we're also going to be working on the channel leading up to Revelation. So It's going to be busy. Busy for sure. So what I did here is I pulled up my feed first because I have hearted and retweeted a lot of stuff from Genki, from Audrey, etc., for a lot of the Hamaguchi interviews, and I feel like this can like guide us pretty quickly to some of the stuff that we can talk about. So Rebirth got all of its streamlined progression features. You can feel however you feel about it, folks, but one thing that I will say, if you've never considered it before, is when you're doing content, these are incredibly helpful because you've already played the game, you've already beat the game, but if you think about the ways that these can be useful to you to get right to a part of a scene that you need to capture some content or some other things, we'll come back to this. These can be incredibly useful for that beyond just gameplay. God of War Laufey, guys, how good did this look? And how awesome is Frank the Cube? He was my favorite. He was my standout of that whole trailer. I'm very interested in this game. I did on that long backlog of stuff that people love that I haven't played are also the God of War games. So I will need to go play God of War 2018, Ragnarok. But I am looking forward to this game mostly because of Frank the Cube. That's all I'll say about that. But it looks pretty good. And this is interesting. Some people pointed this out, right? Like this shot here of when Thor, I guess in Ragnarok, like basically kills him for a moment or something. But the timing works out to right when she is in wherever she is, and they kind of like see each other for a moment, right? And then the timing works and is synced perfectly. I think that's really, really cool, right? It shows a lot of thought that they're giving into building these games out. And then this was actually just really funny. You want to play on Xbox, and Aerith's like holding out not the materia, but she's holding out an Xbox logo. That was pretty cool. This was a lot of fun. Dude, the whole time in SGF and seeing all these other creators and getting to hang out with everybody was just, man, it was a blast. It was such a blast. I can't say enough about it. But let's move forward. Let's get to current. So, and guys, the Street Fighter reveal. Again, we were talking about this at the start of the chat, but this was freaking amazing. This reveal that they did where she comes in and punches out that logo. Everybody in the crowd went nuts. That was so awesome. So, all right. So, if we move on to some of the stuff that we got from the interviews when they started coming out, right? So, we're going to see an even greater open world scaled up even further. We know that. When Hamaguchi spoke about the number of mini games, he refused. If I boil or distill this down, he basically refused to cut back on the number of them, but they are going to handle them a little differently, right? We will have a difficulty setting specifically for mini games, so now you can lower it to easy if you want. And they've also changed it dynamically so that you don't have to progress the story through a mini game, and that the things you get back out of the engagement of a mini game are different. I.e., he specifically cites character skins and customization options as rewards that you get for participating in minigames. I think that's intriguing for a few reasons. One, because with the fit systems, somewhere in one of these interviews, he will say that you get the fits that give you basically job classes that augment your combat capabilities, but then layered onto that, almost like a transmog kind of effect, you can still wear whatever character skin or costume you want that will still work in concert with the fits. I think that's really smart because if you're going to introduce additional costumes more than you did in Rebirth, allowing people to wear whatever one they want and have the look of a character however they want while also playing whatever play style they want, that makes a ton of sense. And now, instead of it just being costumes in Costa del Sol and Rebirth, and then after the game is over, you now get the flexibility of wearing whatever character skins you want throughout the game, and you can build as many of those into the game as you want, right? So all these character skins that they've been building out in Ever Crisis, think about like just the sheer volume of costumes that they've already considered and contextualized that they could immediately pull into this game. And they also said that we will get access to certain character costumes like the Costa del Sol beachwear right away, like towards the start of the game when we get access to changing our costumes. I think that's all really cool. It gives a lot of variety, a lot of flavor, a lot of player choice, and like I think that that's all fantastic. I think that that's a great way to go about it, and it will make it way more enjoyable and engaging for all players. And I will come back to that in a few minutes, right? So Terugi Endo came up with the FITS job system. I kudos to him. I'm very curious to see how this is going to work in conjunction with Materia, because they talk about that as well. We just don't have enough context right now to know exactly what that's going to look like, right? What else did we get here that we highlighted? Guys, this statement right here, I think I know how this works. I'm working on content, and I'm working on videos for the channel right now, so I can't dive into it too deep. This is a teaser. Stay tuned. But Hamaguchi directly said Chadley will have a very important part in FF7 Relations' main story. So, sure, it alluded to here, what he says here is that the Black Materia is activated, Meteor's on its way, there are weapons, and Chadley's going to be a part of conducting research on Meteor, helping to stop the weapons. That seems to be the way he relates to the main story, but I think there's more there than that, and that's all I can really say for now until I can get a chance to build those videos. But just like hang in there, we got plenty of time before Revelation comes out, and like I said, we're going to be very busy on the channel. We already talked about Pico, and then we're going to get some more abilities for him. So this stuff here, like what will happen with Zack, right? We'll jump over. I met some of these guys from Japan that did this interview with Hamaguchi. How do I close this? There we go. I just click out of it, I guess. We're going to translate this to English. So let's have Safari do that for me. There we go. Yeah, so what's interesting here is when they talk about Zack, let me scroll down here to get to the bottom of here. 40 times, we already know that. Tokyo Game Show, High Wind. You know what? Let's just find the Zack portion. There we go. Retranslate, people. There we go. Okay. Sid and Vincent are participating, and then here we go. Zack will appear in the story as well. It's often talked about in overseas media. He's a character who plays talking through the worldview and setting the slightly different from the original version through him. This is a slightly different element between the original and the remake series. In the previous work, it was depicted as there are multiple world lines. Zack plays a role, and we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. But we also know that additional characters will join as playable characters at certain points of the game. So what I'm personally really hoping for, especially because of them talking about them finding a replacement voice actor, Japanese voice actor for Reno, is I'm kind of really hoping that we get a scenario where we get some playable Turks, right? Like I mentioned on this other stream with Blitz before, but like when I was playing against Reno and Elena in the Musclehead Coliseum in Rebirth, I had taken out Elena, and the party was all three working on Rude, and then suddenly Elena shoot me in the back. And when I rolled back the footage later, he used the Phoenix down on her to bring her back in the fight, which I thought was so cool because it felt like the Turks fights felt unique in Rebirth in that every time we fought them, it always felt like it was one party fighting another party as equals, right? And I would love to see a party of 3-on-3, 3 Turks versus 3 members of our party. I think that would be tremendous. But getting to play as the Turks, possibly alongside Zach, man, that would be a heck of a lot of fun. So some other things that we got from Hamaguchi. Whether it is still the case that FF7 series is supposed to link to Advent Children and is a previous notion from Nomura, Hamaguchi says that he does not believe they have ever publicly stated it will be like that. His full quote, "I don't believe we've publicly claimed or stated it's going to be exactly that. So I'd like for players to play Revelation and see for themselves what the conclusion of the journey holds and see about that." So I've seen a lot of people dissect this quote in multiple different ways, and I think we just need to give Hamaguchi and Nomura and the whole team a little bit of credit and a little bit of space for grace here, folks, because what I have seen is everybody taking this quote from Hamaguchi and saying, well, no, Hamaguchi's wrong because Nomura already said this and it's a solidified fact and, he's got it wrong. You mean to tell me, folks, that we think that Hamaguchi doesn't talk to Kojima and Nomura and the other people who are all working on this game behind closed doors together? Of course they talk to each other, right? So I'm not saying Nomura's comment didn't happen, and I'm not saying it doesn't stand on its own merits, and I'm not saying Hamaguchi didn't make this quote or that it doesn't stand on its own merits. I'm saying it is possible that the two of them know what's going on and we don't, and they do fit together in a way we don't understand yet. That's all I'm saying, is we just need to give them a little bit of space and trust them that they've got a plan. And at the end, if you turn out that you don't like that plan, when we get to the end of Revelation, you're like, that is not how I wanted things to be, or that is how you wanted things to be. We will see and make our own decisions and determinations at the end of this trilogy once it has concluded, right? At least that's how I'm choosing to approach it. Hamaguchi also talks about Dirge of Cerberus and compilation stuff. So check this out. I want to ask about Vincent, as his backstory is only vaguely hinted at in the original FF7 and then explored more in Dirge of Cerberus. I know you've already said Deep Realm characters will be returning, because he said that we will encounter Deep Ground in Midgar. Are Vincent's backstory elements, like in Dirge of Cerberus, something we're going to see in Revelation? Hamaguchi. We can't delve too much into the storyline just yet, but thinking of spin-offs you mentioned, like Dirge, our overall concept for Revelation is to pick up from those stories as well. So with characters like Vincent and Zack, those are explored. We can't say just how much yet, but. And folks, this is where Sleep Easy can rest easy, okay? He can sleep easy, literally, because by him saying these ancillary characters and their compilation stories, I think that this means we are getting Genesis, we are getting some of the stuff from Crisis Core coming into Revelation in some capacity, just like he's saying we're going to get some Dirge stuff, and we're going to see a melding of all these things that are going to make them all work cohesively together in a way the compilation never really did, right? The compilation had all these disparate individual things and stories, but they never really were woven together very well or very tightly, right? And so I think that it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how all of this is going to go. But by mentioning both Vincent and Zack by name, because they are the two primary characters of Dirge and Crisis Core, I think that that's meant to be him saying we will see some of that stuff surrounding both of those compilation entries come into play in Revelation. Let's see, what else we got here? RPG Site did this interview, which was really, really good. I would encourage you guys to go check this one out. And he dives into all sorts of stuff, right? Like here is, again, more of this Nomura link to Advent Children, right? The new job system. When did you envision it? This is where he talks about Endosan coming up with it. And in this way, players can choose, we want Cloud, who's more of an attacker, to be more like magically inclined. I like the idea that you can change that up. You can change up the costumes, which is really cool. Guys, pour one out for Bone Village. Not happening, right? Like the closest you're going to get to Bone Village is presumably whatever the site is where the High Wind is flying over towards the end of the game when you get the option for certain things to happen. But it makes sense, right? Like if there was one location that you were going to be like, man, Revelation is going to be so packed full of stuff that we have to consider cutting something. It makes sense, folks. Like, just I don't know that we can fit Bone Village in the way that it was in the OG into this game and really make it relevant. And I mean, they could add it as a point of interest, put it on the map, but like other than just digging for stuff, it really kind of didn't do anything. There wasn't really any purpose for it there in the OG that I recall anyway. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I do feel like, it makes sense that they could cut that and not harm the story, right? And if you're going to cut anything, I'm sure we would all agree, we'd rather Bone Village be cut than anything more impactful or significant to the OG. Are we agreed on that? I hope so. When I asked about Vincent and his backstory, here's where the same conversation happened. And again, if we're thinking about Deep Ground and what we've got left to that story in the context of the remake trilogy, right? Well, they have tied Deep Ground together into the story through the mandatory introduction of Yuffie in a way that I think makes a whole heck of a lot of sense, and honestly is very compelling, right? Like the whole thing that happened with Sonon in Intergrade and how unresolved that is for Yuffie. I definitely think that that's coming back around in Part 3. I think when we go back to Midgar, we're going to end up dealing with the remnants of Deep Ground, dealing with Nero, dealing with what happened with Sonon, even maybe potentially dealing with Weiss. And like think about a 3-on-3 battle of some members of our party versus Nero, Weiss, and Genesis. If that were to be where Genesis comes in from Crisis Core, we don't know. But it would be very interesting, is what I'm saying, right? And then we saw Vincent and Sid having a lot of synergy abilities together. Why am I getting sound? Where did that come from? Came from this website somewhere. We see Vincent and Sid having some synergy abilities together in the trailer. You already have a huge cast of characters. How did they integrate Sid and Vincent into the party and who they interact with? And he said it was the same as the fit system, but with synergy, we didn't really design it in a sense where some attackers are better with these two characters than others. We really wanted players to freely choose what they like and be equally available in their choosing. And I love that. Again, I love all of the dynamic interplay they're going to build in for and the capacity for player choice. They also indicated that if you do participate in side quests, if you do participate in mini games, it will change how the story plays out. Like in one of the quotes, I don't know if we'll find it in tonight's session, but in one of the quotes, Hamaguchi basically said, you cannot experience everything the game has to offer in a single playthrough. And I think part of what he meant was some of those player choices that you can't experience the flip side of it, what you didn't choose until another playthrough, is just going to be so fascinating to watch, chat. Because if we think about the way that Remake and Rebirth was experienced by us as a community, as a collective, right? Well, we had our own individual playthroughs and experiences with the game. We had all of our own thoughts, questions, etc. that came out of those playthroughs. And then we have digested a lot of each other's playthroughs of Remake and Rebirth, which all played out like largely the same, with the exception of the date scenes in the Gold Saucer, right? But Revelation has the ability to be so dynamic and different, because you could tune into any of your favorite content creators playing FF7 Revelation, and all of our content playthroughs that we're doing and uploading or posting could all be dynamically different than each other. Not just in where we fly around the world, but what choices we make in the story and in the side quests and all this kind of stuff, and how it affects things. And that could all be different than your playthroughs. And so, like, the amount of player choice is going to make just us experiencing this game collectively as a community just like so freaking fascinating to me, because it's all going to be dynamic. There are going to be so many different ways, a cosmos of possibilities with this, that it's going to be interesting to see it play out for me. Another thing from the interview here, one of the things you've mentioned in other interviews is that the Turks will have a much larger role. I want to know what's going on with Rufus. I want to know how he's going to be involved in the plot, and I want to know how the Turks are also going to play into that. Hamaguchi said there will be revelations on what the relationship is between Rufus and Glenn, ties to other spin-off works within Revelation. It'll also be a, revelation, so players will have a better understanding of the world and the stories of these characters. Man, I can't wait for that, because I find Rufus a really fascinating character. He's so interesting, and I want to see what they're going to do with him out of the ending of Rebirth specifically, right? In the trailer, we get a very brief shot of Ruby weapon, and you confirm the underwater area. In the original game, Ruby and Emerald have specific gimmicks, like a time limit. Is that element something you thought about carrying over? And he basically says, we didn't really build a time limit per se into the battles, but that these weapon battles are all going to be kind of unique and interesting, and players can look forward to it. He also said that we will have weapon fights that are part of the story, like i.e. must be accomplished or defeated to progress the main story. But then we will also have weapon battles outside of that are elective, that are side content, that will be challenges for us, and that just like the OG, the end game boss is not the hardest boss in the game. That some of the weapon fights we experienced were actually like the toughest fights, and to know that they're building Revelation to mirror that in the same way the OG did, and give us plenty of post-game content to also go do, is also really cool. I don't know where that whistle came from. With Revelation, you now have this big seamless world with the High Wind. What lessons did you take from creating Rebirth for this open world? And he basically says, like, this is not something we couldn't do in Rebirth and what we can do, but we try to make it. Boy, these ads are driving me crazy, chat. Like, quiet. I'm trying to talk here. RPG site. Give me a chance to mute them. They basically said we tried to create an open world of exploration that widens and expands the experience, and we thought more deeply about the varied modes of transportation, exploring the map, such as parachute down to explore, raise a chocobo, and use a chocobo to arrive at places. So they scaled up the degree and scale of exploration that they've done in comparison with Rebirth. And it's an exciting surprise. And he ended it by saying, when I was creating the scenery, I could see a totally different scenery with the flying chocobo, and it was amazing, right? So I think that that's going to be really, really cool. Look the ad to the left when your mouse goes over it. Okay, well, I will just try to avoid it. I'm almost done with the site anyways. The two biggest pieces of information that we've seen so far are now that have story choices that alter with the way the story plays out, and having Zach having a larger role. Now, how will these different timelines that are introduced in Rebirth, are these story choices going to interact with the idea of different timelines in any way? Again, this is sort of like an unresolved thing that he's not gonna answer in this interview, right? But he does say first of all, the journey at the end and the conclusion of Cloud and his companions was within reach of the remake series. It's something we've conceived is not going to be altered by player choices. That there will be one. I love the fact that he came out and said there will be one definitive narrative conclusion to the story. There will not be multiple endings, regardless of the player choice that's introduced by the game. I think that is huge. I think that's very important. I think that's fantastic. I love that. I love that there's going to be a singular way that we all understand the story ends, even if it's ambiguous. It will not be so affected by player choice that we don't understand or we all have different scenes at the end of the game for how things ended, right? No, I think a lot of players do not want that. Maybe some do, but I think a lot predominantly do not, and I'm glad they're not doing that. So Hamaguchi said, that being said, the sort of conclusions that is going to be reached is not going to be altered, and we mentioned that the main theme of this title is resolve. So this is more tied to the resolve that each character has in their heart going into the final battle, and some of the choices that we make, which may alter what the player perceives about each character or understands about each character as they go into the final battle. Those are not so much related to the core storyline, but it's more about what we see and experience with each of the characters. So I think that this is saying that when it comes to the color we're going to see from those player choices and the side content, we're going to explore more of what we know about these characters, what we learn about these characters, and then how we perceive them to fit into the main story. And I like how there's going to be a dynamic feel or fluidity to that. Now that we're close to the end, after all these years, I'm curious, when the game comes out and people have played the whole trilogy, what sort of legacy are you hoping it has? What kind of feeling are you hoping players have? Final Fantasy VII has these iconic and beloved characters, and fans may be wondering the fate of certain characters within this story. But I truly wanted to make a game where, upon playing the story, they would just feel they've been on this journey with these characters, just have that feeling. Yeah, absolutely. I think that I've said it before. I know other people have said it before. Rebirth felt like we were going on a road trip with a bunch of friends, right? And I felt that it did that I thought it did in a very fantastic way. It really got us to feel and experience that, and I'm looking forward to part 3 augmenting that or going even further with it. Right, here's the case, the CD case, and how it relates to those photos. I think that's really cool. That's a neat little attribution or attention to detail that the devs had. This was interesting too. Hamaguchi says that they will have more post-game content than Rebirth. Post-game content, including content that is stronger than the final boss battle, such as the weapons and the Knights of the Round. There's also an interview where he says that we have to fight the Knights of the Round, and it wasn't obvious based on the quote to me if he means that we have to fight them individually in order to acquire them, or if we're going to fight them all at once. But I feel like that's going to be chaotic and crazy in probably the best way possible. He also says there'll be a chapter select option, so you won't be able to experience everything in a single playthrough, right? Snowboarding. So we know snowboarding is going to be part of the game. We know it's going to be a Gold Saucer mini game because he says that. He also says it's going to be. It's also going to factor into the story at a certain point. He doesn't go into any detail on it. But again, if you go check out Nico's video, he'll I think he gives you probably the best or most solid option that we can all think of right now for where that might come in. So be sure to check that out on his channel. GameSpark mentions that if FF7 Revelation deviates too much from the OG, there will be backlash. However, if it doesn't, then the meaning remake will be lessened. As such, how did the team find a balance? Hamaguchi says that you'll just have to play the game for yourself to see if it follows the OG or deviates drastically. He goes on to mention that every character in the game has their own fans who love and support that character. I completely agree with that. This is why he wants to so strongly deliver to the fans and make them feel that that following the character of this world was worth it all this time. Whether that feeling will come from the ending or the overall game experience, he hopes that players can just enjoy the ride. I have been so far, and the games have been doing their job, that's for sure. And his main goal is to allow fans, whether from the OG or those who start from the remake series only, to feel a sense of, I'm glad I've been supporting the series all along. I think that's the best approach, right? Is make the games in a way that they can be appreciated by both longtime fans as well as newer fans that were introduced through the remake project, and have a great experience for both, right? Like, it would not have been a good time if one of those groups had a good experience and the other didn't. So the way they're building this to dynamically serve both, I think is just tremendous. They've done a fantastic job of that so far. And he's very grateful to be given this opportunity to be involved in this project for nearly a decade. Hamaguchi confirms, here's a quote here, Hamaguchi confirms that Knights of the Round will be a boss battle you need to fight in order to obtain the summon. Not that there was any doubt, but it's surely going to be epic. That's what Audrey said. I agree with that. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that is implemented. And again, if we think about how summons are used in the remake series, like, are we just going to just, like, for the period of time the summon exists on the in combat, we're going to have 13 of these guys just running around with us? Like, think about how chaotic that could be, right? Hamaguchi confirms that character outfits like the swimsuits will be available from the start of Revelation. I think that's really cool. We talked about that already, right? Revelation will change based on your choices leading up to the final battle, but the game will have a singular ending. We talked about this already, but here's the quote in case you want to look it up later. I think that's the best approach that they could have taken, and I love that, right? Guys, coming back to Summer Game Fest for a second, can we stop and just look at this? This was so much fun, right? I'm sad that Baby Seal wasn't there, but like, to get to meet all these people in person, like, you know, obviously I know Blitz, like, he lives a half an hour from me. We can do stuff and we can and do hang out and collaborate a lot, right? But I met Subtext once before, but to get to meet everybody else in person, Joy and Tiffany and Jordan and Nico, Max, like, Sleepy, what can I say? Like, everybody I met in LA, everybody, not even just this crew, but everybody, they're all just amazing, great people. I cannot say enough about how welcomed I feel by this community of creators, and just to get to be a part of them and everything. Just, oh, man, just I could rave and go on and on. Revelation special bonus if you have save data from Remake, Integrate, or Rebirth is the Chocobo and Moogle summon materia or the Phoenix summon materia. What's interesting to me there is, like, if we think about the way Remake to Rebirth played out, we not only had to reacquire a lot of our same abilities, like Tifa's Star Shower ability from abilities from weapons that we got in Remake. We had to, like, basically reacquire them in Rebirth, or also like the summons. We did get dropped in with some summons if you had save data, but we acquired a lot of summons throughout Rebirth. And does this mean that we will have to reacquire the same summons over again? Because they're going to give us Chocobo and Moogle, they're going to give us Phoenix, but what about the rest of them? Right? Like, I don't know. I'd be interested to learn more exactly, like, how they plan to do this. There's resonance. We learned about that. Chat, there's a whole lot more Hamaguchi interviews that we could continue to tear down and go through. I'm gonna give you. Let me switch gears for a second here. Let me jump back. Let's talk for a second. So, chat, for those of you who remain, quick question. How do you want to proceed from here? We've spent two and a half hours already kind of like diving through the interviews, looking through the other stuff. And I know some creators have already done that. So I'm going to give, speaking of player choice, I'm going to give you, as the audience, the choice of what we do next. We can continue to go through the Hamaguchi interviews, or we can pivot to something different. Now, if we pivot to something different, just to sort of tease the option, okay, and I will want everybody to vote in the chat, okay? If we go to the other option, it's going to take us about an hour and 20 minutes. But if we do it, it will be the start of a journey on this channel that I hope everyone will enjoy. So do you want more interview breakdown? Or do you want to check out something else? It is Final Fantasy VII related. And it may be some that you've already experienced, but in a different way. What would you prefer? Vote in the chat. Speak now. If it takes an hour and 20 minutes and not everybody can hang around, obviously it'll be in the VOD afterwards, but you let me know which one we want to do here. Because there's a lot more interviews. I could keep tearing them down. Classy says he's just here for the ride. Skyhill says check out something else. Pivot sounds great, Jesse says. Moon Pendant, I'm definitely curious now, so I'm here for the pivot. All FF7, all FF7 all the time. That sounds like my life. If you ask my wife, I think she's a little sick of hearing me talk about FF7 all the time. Okay, the chat has spoken. I will continue to take votes, but it's feeling insurmountable right now. Okay, so chat, have we had any drops or any lags in stream? Because that will be very, very relevant and very important to what we're about to do. So I just want to do a check-in. I don't see any from OBS, but I want to just check and make sure before we start this. Because I'd hate for it to be ruined or the experience to be lessened because my system, for whatever reason, is having an issue or decides not to keep up. It's been looking good for you, Moon Pendant? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, folks. So here we go. Let me tee this up. So, in the background of theory videos, SGF, all sorts of stuff, okay? Behind Shattered Planet, behind the Zack video, behind the Guy video, I've been working on something else in the background. And it's taking a lot of time because if you have watched my playthrough of Rebirth, you might have noticed that pivot. Tyler, I'm sorry, you're getting outvoted. Maybe I'll circle back and do some more of the interview stuff another time. But I hope you enjoy and appreciate if you can stick around or come back and watch the VOD what we're about to get into. But if you notice from my Rebirth playthrough, I did a lot of like granular, like sometimes camera angle by camera angle to get it as best looking as I could. I did a lot of color grading. I did a lot of lighting correction to try to make up and compensate for some of how Rebirth looked from a lighting standpoint, especially, etc. Okay, so in post, I did a whole lot of post editing. Okay, and I feel like it looked pretty great. Now, I get some of it is going to be like messing with developer intent because like they did want it to look a certain way in certain scenes, and so if it's color graded to be more skin tone accurate and stuff like that, it kind of messes with that a little bit. So hopefully they'll forgive me as just sort of like a little artistic flair on my side. And mostly part of the reason I did it is because, frankly, in Remake and Rebirth, UE4, man, its lighting sources are just very overpowering. Like the sources of light project such overpowering light that it washes out scenes, or it makes oranges and reds especially like dominating colors in scenes, right? So it's a lot, right? And so I felt like maybe I could play with that a little bit to kind of make it look a little bit better, okay? So that was a choice. That's part of what's going to play into this, okay? UE4 lighting is a skill all its own. Classy, it sounds like you agree with me. Maybe. Okay, so that's part of it, okay? Now, I also don't know if you've been on the channel, if you checked out a video I did where I basically, like, I was very intrigued when Remake ended and we had a scroll of all the credits, okay? And we got scenes throughout, you know, that like we saw during the credits. And I was very intrigued by, well, what will rebirths be like? And then when we got rebirths, I was like, man, what would it be like if you had both, right? If you had remakes credits and then seamlessly rebirths credits started immediately afterwards, right? And so I took that project on, and in addition to that, not just like getting the credits to seamlessly flow, I also decided, well, what would it be like if we had the music that we were seeing during all the scenes be accurate to the music we were hearing in the game during it? So I kind of like redid a medley of all of the music from the games as best as I could get it to do, because like I couldn't fit all the music. There's so much great music in these two OSTs from Remake and Rebirth, but I basically redid a merged credits with a new OST to follow the progression of the game, okay? And I'm very proud of it. I think it came out really, really well. So if you haven't seen that on the channel, be sure to check it out. But one of the things that came out of that is it got my wheels turning around, well, if this merger is something that kind of works really well together, well, just what about the remake project overall, right? Like, if you think about the disparate parts that we have a redone Crisis Core Reunion, which is basically largely the exact same game, but they changed the voice actors to be the remake voice actors. And then when that game concludes with the new voice actors, we then flow into Remake. We had an individual playthrough experience of Remake. We had a separate but parallel experience of playing Yuffie and Sonon in Intergrade. Well, my brain was thinking, well, what would that be like if that was all just one unified experience? What if you could go through everything and experience it all integrated with each other, right? And so I began in the background a project of what I was calling to myself Project Integrate, which is taking all of this and making it one unified, cohesive experience, where we would flow in and out of what's going on with the party and Remake, but also see what's going on with Yuffie in a way that would flow and work well together, right? So it would also give us the ability for the people who didn't like certain segments of Remake, i.e., say, the sewers, if we cut to Yuffie and Sonon during that, we can get around that and make the overall viewing experience better, right? So the whole intent behind this, what I've tried to build, is a great viewer experience, okay? So that means that, like, for combat is there, but it's very streamlined. There will be cuts and stuff that I tried to mask as best as possible to be a very fluid. You see that the characters are struggling with opposing parties, opposing enemies, or whatever, but it's done in a way where it streamlines it, where you're not spending 15 minutes watching a fight with the Airbuster. You can tell that it's a struggle for the party, but it doesn't, like, drag on and that kind of stuff, right? You wanted to play Remake with the Yuffie DLC in the correct spot, but then just flew by right by it and forgot. So Classy is exactly what I'm saying here. So in Intergrade, when we play through with Yuffie and Sonon, they give us tent poles where we know when in Remake it's happening, right? We see Barrett and Tifa return to Sector 7. We see the broadcast with Scarlet after the Sector 5 bombing, reactor bombing with the Airbuster. We see the scene with Reeve and Heidegger in President Shinra's office. Those are all tent posts to help us know and guide us as to when in Remake these things are occurring, right? So I used those to build this seamless experience, okay? Now, since we're going to pivot to it, listen, these games are really, really long, folks. So we are definitely not doing it all tonight. It's going to be the kicking off of a series of these where we get to kind of get to go through them together. But we'll do the first segment tonight, okay? The last thing I will say about this, to tee it up, is I was not creating content when Remake came out, right? That's how I found Blitz in 2020 during the pandemic, because I finished Remake and I had all these friggin' questions and all these thoughts and no one to talk to about it. And so I was looking up creators. I was already following Max and some others at that point, but that's how I found a bunch of other creators like Blitz, because they were, kind of putting out their own thoughts, their own content about Remake, and I latched onto that because I needed that. But so, like, unlike Rebirth, where I have a published playthrough of like what my experience was going through Rebirth, and I know what that was, I have nothing documented for my experience playing through Remake. It was just me every like 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. when I'd finally go to bed, consecutive nights until I beat the game. And I'm the only person who remembers how any of that went. I'm the only person who remembers what all my thoughts were, etc. So part of this will also be an opportunity for me to explain, as I was first playing Remake, what was I thinking, or what did I catch here, or what did I notice there, or contextually, now that we have Rebirth and we're waiting for Revelation, looking back at Remake and revisiting it, what are some thoughts that are provoked now revisiting Remake? So it's going to be a combination of a bunch of things at once. So I'll be pausing it at certain points, almost like a DVD commentary, if you want to think about it that way, to sort of talk over some of this stuff as well, okay? So are you talking more of the making the gameplays and cinematics into one smooth video / movie? It's not. It's going to be gameplay and cutscenes combined, Skyhill. It's going to be a full experience. But again, I'm also going to kind of commentate through, or give a commentary throughout, right? We're going to all kind of go back through this together, okay? No problem at all. No problem at all. So if you're ready to jump in, I only have one thing I need to stop and say before we start this. I'm going to pull it up and get it ready, okay? One thing first. If you're anybody, Spencer, if you're still here, or if anybody did not play the OG, I will throw a caution out now that you do not want to watch the first like 12 minutes, because we're going to get into some stuff right at the jump that is going to be kind of spoilerish territory for the OG. If you played Crisis Core, don't worry. You're safe, right? But if you did not play the OG, or if you've only played the Remake series, you've only played Remake and Rebirth, we've been talking for over 2.5 hours now. Bio break, grab a sandwich. I haven't eaten dinner, but maybe you could, right? Or whatever's going on. Set a timer and come back to us in like 12 or 13 minutes, okay? Because I don't want you to experience this if you are preserving your experience for just the Remake playthrough. Are we good on that? I'm going to give everybody a second to get out of here, and then we'll pull this up and we'll get started. I hope you're all looking forward to it, because this is a lot of effort, but I think it came out pretty well. And I'm curious to see what everybody's thoughts are. And I definitely want to re-engage on the conversation around Remake and like what we're all thinking, right? So we can kind of chat through it together. All right, last chance. Is everybody gone? Only those who remain are the people who are supposed to be here, I hope. Okay, great. Let's get started. I'm going to switch back over. All right, I don't need my Finder window, so we'll get rid of that. All right, chat. I hope you enjoy this. I had a lot of fun working on it. I actually have all of Remake and Intergrade already cut together. It's just the long, laborious process of lighting and color grading that I'm working my way through, okay? But I have this segment done. So I hope you're ready to jump right in because it's going to start hot and heavy. Oh yes, folks. We're starting here. So I love the way that he kind of like playfully like messes with his hair here. You can tell they have bonded, right? And you know, I think that this is a good starting point as any because it really highlights just the tragic nature of Zack's character in the OG and Crisis Core. And this is not going to be a surprise, folks. We know what happens here. But I do find it interesting in Rebirth, every time we see Zack on a standoff against Shinra, it's always with some guy aiming a weapon down the barrel at him. Every single time, right?
Boy, oh boy. The price of freedom is steep.
And I really like how Zack as a character, even if he can't win, sticks to what he believes.
Embrace your dreams. And whatever happens, protect your honor. As soldier! Come and get it!
Activating combat mode.
Anybody who misses that activating combat mode, there you go. I kept it in just for you, right? Now, part of this is I wanted to keep a perception that this was a tough battle for Zack, right? So you can see him healing himself, you can see him taking damage, he's taking on all these guys. I won't belabor this, it's not going to hang on this too long from a viewing experience.
I'm Cicely. Here's a present.
Song of the
Sudden
Universe.
emotion?
Where's
Or
Genji?
you'll feel
Ready to go.
Very true.
Understand now why
Lies within
Sephiroth
each
chose
person.
yes. For
So get
real.
away safely. Zack, I gotta go.
But what I love about the DMV that they did at the end of Crisis Core is they made it so that you're tracking what Zack is thinking about as he's going through this final battle, right? Everything he's clinging to, everything that he holds dear, his memory of all these people he's fighting for is slowly stripped away from him, right? And I feel like that is like, it was such an awesome way that they did the ending of Crisis Core, and I'm a big fan of taking something that was a gameplay mechanic of the DMV and gave it a narrative purpose or weight at the end of the game. Like, I didn't see that coming, right?
Use brings about where
I'm a country
I
boy
can
too.
be pretty
Like
cheap.
you've been
If
there.
only I were soldier. Honor can be
I really
quite a
like that
burden.
sword. Thanks.
A monster's
I
objective.
really like
join
that sword.
my battle.
Nothing else out
Zack,
there. Hold on.
you have my thanks.
Hello.
And you can even see here, as Zack and Cloud are kind of stripped away from him, the last thing he holds on to is a memory of Aerith. He doesn't let that go, right? It's so powerful, right? And we obviously, like, we kind of know what ends up happening here, which, like, if you're attached to these characters, if you're attached to this story, like, this is tough to watch, this part here, right? And I love how they made him sort of really struggle through this. Like, you get a sense of just how tired he is. Just, he's exhausted. He's still just taking damage and just you know, he's doing everything he can, right? And this friggin' guy. This guy. Right, chat? Screw this guy.
Hello.
Don't worry.
That's right.
But
Want to hear?
not scary
Work
at all.
stuff?
Will I see you again?
I'll be here.
He is gonna be in Rush Hour 3. Yeah, yeah. Somehow, some way. Walk it off, he says. So what's interesting here, chat, right, is we know Aerith can have spirits of the departed who come to visit her and talk to her. We see Elmira talk about that when Sung visited. And to see or get the impression that that's kind of what happens here and that Aerith knows what happened to Zack is important if we think about the context of the remake project and whether she's responsible for the White Whispers or the Whispers who saved her, like Zack talks to Biggs about, right? Gosh, that transition to hit the shot of his eye, that was so incredibly well done, you know? This whole ending scene here was so well done. But now you can see why I asked people who only played the remake project to get out for 12 minutes, right? This is very highly relevant, and I would hate to spoil it for them. Poor Zack. Exactly, Classy. His dying thoughts are of her.
Zack. For the both of us. Both of us? That's right. You're gonna...
Oh.
live.
Oh. A little grody, but okay.
You'll be my living legacy.
Cloud is one messed up dude, that's why you like him? Yeah, Dan. I hear ya. He's been through a lot, right? And I think we all agree, right? Like, Zack's sacrifice...
My honor. My dreams. They're yours now.
Zack's sacrifice is extremely important, as is moments like this, right? And I think we're all wondering, like, how does this play into what we're going to get in Revelation? And where Zack fits into the story.
I'm your living legacy.
And man, if Cody is not good at one thing as a VA, it is screaming. He's so good. So talented as a VA. He can make you feel it, right? Crisis Core is your favorite game of all time, and you're glad to see the lore tie into the remake series. Well, you're gonna be happy in just a second, Jesse. I told you this is a weaving together, right?
Embrace your dreams. If you want to be a hero, you need to have dreams. Thank you. I won't forget. Good night.
I love this piano. Plays here too.
Zach.
What's crazy is, chat, is like in the OG continuity, like that's the last time he says Zach's name. Like his brain just can't process what just happened, and he just like loses his name altogether.
That girl. She said that this guy frightened her. But it must feel so good up there.
I don't know if he immediately forgets, but he's just anybody who's been through trauma. Like my wife and I have worked with a lot of kids or dealt with a lot of scenarios where we ourselves have gone through traumatic experiences, and so have others, and it messes with your brain, man.
It does feel good.
So you can just think, chat, about how long it takes
Hey.
Cloud to walk to Midgar, right?
Would you say I became a hero?
Boom. So now we're getting like a period of time it takes for Cloud to travel to Midgar. We're getting the opening of Remake. We're getting the implications. Oh, what's this? The bird is flying past Cloud? What? We're getting the notes from Sephiroth that potentially, you know, there's something going on with him and the remake project. He felt every bullet. Yeah, he sure did, Astro. His inner self doesn't forget that he buried part of himself. Yeah, 100%. Your brain does whatever it needs to protect you, just adding some dark humor. Yeah. I mean, it's real, man. That's part of what makes this story so good and so enduring for so long for so many people, is that, like, you can relate to this. It's reflective of our real life experiences, right? So now, right, like what, a week or two has passed, right? As Cloud's on his way to Midgar and other things are happening. Now what's going to happen here? Oh, something's happening in this moment as we're going into Remake. We combine those shots from the end of Crisis Core and the beginning of Remake, and they line up perfectly. which leads us right into Aerith getting a sense that she's in danger, and she takes off. And that was the first thing, chat, that stood out to me when I played Remake, is like, why is she running? Why are we hearing some of Sephiroth's, you know, some indications of Sephiroth's presence? And if you're not noticing, like, some of the color grading is already coming into effect here, because this scene in the OG is heavy on the oranges, and it's a lot more skin tone appropriate or edited here. I'm really just kind of blown away by this game altogether, that it even exists, that they were even able to build this series in the way that they did, with the scale that they did, with the emotional weight that they delivered. I really feel like they delivered for OG fans and new fans alike, that we talked about before. Man, just this whole thing. This hits right here and everyone feels it. Everyone, right? Every time. God, I love the music in these games. It gets me every single frigging time. Really cool, thanks for sharing, taking the time to make it. Astro, this is a passion project, a labor of love, but it's coming out really, really good. Now the rest of this is going to follow Remake, so you won't get more flavor of the merger of things until we hit some of the Yuffie stuff. But you'll still get like the streamlined combat and the other stuff I mentioned earlier, the color grading, that type of thing. The intro gave you chills the first time? Dude, Moonpin, I hear ya. Oh my gosh. Playing this and seeing it on in Remake the very first time was incredible. And I love how they've given the depth of these Avalanche characters that we didn't get in the OG. Like, everything about Remake is turned up to 11. I love it. I love Barrett. I love John Eric Bentley's performance. I love all the VA's performances.
Get down,
perfectly casted, everybody. And what I really love is from this moment where we pivot around Cloud, the devs have put us in his shoes the rest of the time in Remake and Rebirth. We are in Cloud's point of view from here on. We see everything, hear everything he does.
I don't think so.
Now this is where some of those streamlined, remember I talked about the streamlined progression features earlier, chat? That they introduced into Rebirth? This is where they come into play, because I can really use it to speed up combat a little bit.
Fun.
We will, Jesse, don't worry. Speed up combat a little bit. Also, like, make it feel like, in comparison to Cloud, just how outmatched these Shinra troopers are, right?
Drop the weapon!
You'll see it even more as we go forward.
You got this.
Yeah, what he said.
And this music, like, yeah.
You're coming with us.
Can't get surrounded. Nope.
I can't tell you how much I just listen to the OSTs by themselves, like while I'm working or whatever. Love the music. I've tried to skip every menu I could. That was one I just happened to miss.
So what's Soldier Boy's deal?
And I love the dialogue and the interplay between the characters.
Balls, what was his name again?
Cloud Strife.
Right.
And he isn't a soldier anymore. Still, he's a professional, unlike the rest of us. I'm glad to have him.
Like, I remember the interplay between all the characters in the first playthrough, and I was just like blown away. I was like, they're all real people. They all have personalities. They all have things that they would say to each other.
You'll keep us safe, right, Cloud?
Real joy to look at.
There's this dialogue between the two of them that I just like every time I play Remake or I revisit Remake, I can't skip this or interrupt it. I want to hear it every time.
I'd say you're not even reading the same book.
Enough. We're done here.
Or even the same...
Give it a rest.
Come on, nobody do something this crazy just for
Wedge,
money.
ever the peacemaker.
They may not think you're a true believer, but you know what I think?
Not interested.
Remake with such good character development, the characters feel so real. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more classy. And I love how Barrett, like, has this stoic personality, but we come to learn it's an act, right?
You better be worth the money, Merc. Every last gill.
Like, it gives him a depth that I don't even think he even had in the OG, right? And this music again is kicking in.
Get him, boy!
I love how if you talk to Barrett while Jesse and Wiggs are boy. I love how if you talk to Barrett while Jesse and Biggs are talking, their convo still happens. Yeah. I mean, he will interrupt it, or he'll like sort of like let it play out. But I'm entertained by the banter, especially when like Cloud and Barrett start engaging in combat, but they're talking to each other. Like that's some of the illustration of how well done this whole game is, right? And I love how there's little clues for the player that Shinra's up to stuff, right? Like later on,
Not so fast.
when we get
We've
to the
got company.
broadcast from Scarlet about Sector 5's bombing, the reactor there is that bombing, we see this, like them cutting through this fence. So the player knows it's all propaganda. It's all Shinra faking stuff, right?
Let's go.
But it's neat to see like how those in power, those in authority, will leverage or abuse that power, abuse that authority. Like it's not just a commentary. FF7 isn't just a commentary on the planet and like the overutilization of resources and stuff like that. It speaks to a lot of things that we experience in life and in the real world, right?
See you later.
Come on, Cloud!
I'll secure our escape route, okay? You go on and catch up with the others.
And it's helpful to know the games well enough to know that like you can kind of use the scenery here to sort of set up a great viewing experience and getting an idea of where they are in the reactor and what's around and everything before I run down that tunnel.
Soldiers may attack on command, but I hear they make good guard dogs too. Bet you've seen a few reactors.
So there's a couple interesting things here.
So
Listen
how
to
do we
this.
get to the bridge above Mako storage? Ain't holding out on me, are you? Stamp scared to bite the hand that fed him? Or is he a loyal little doggy?
So we get our first
Have it
introduction
your way,
of the
Mud.
concept of Stamp
We can do this with
without
you,
seeing
or we can
it.
do this without you.
But what causes the headache for
reactor,
Cloud
different layout.
is reference
Depends
to
when
a
it was built.
loyal little doggy.
Never seen one like this.
Which is what
but I'll
Zack
manage.
was referred to when Cloud was around. Cloud overheard Zack being
Don't you
referred to
worry.
as
Biggs
a
will have the
loyal
door open
puppy
soon.
or whatever, right? So that's what provokes the headache, is a memory of Zack. I love how like they've really paid attention to the dialogue.
Who's that?
What would cause things to play out. I love this too.
Oh, wait.
They take his line from combat and they make the bad guys use it here.
It's over!
That's my line.
Because he says that at the end of combat.
He's
sometimes.
alone!
Just like clever little things like that woven all throughout the game.
That's
They paid attention to that level of detail. It's incredible.
Try this. let's move.
He always knows just what to say.
Cut it out.
And I love how somebody in Rebirth also points out,
I
like,
got this place covered.
he knows just what to say.
Simmer down, hotshot.
It's a good thing I know someone who can get us the passcodes. Pity no one else at command will talk to us, but what can you do?
Stamp shows up all over
And we're
Remake and
good.
always points you in the correct direction.
Careful
Yep.
in there. Well, what are you waiting for?
And I love how we get like a little indication there that they really care about each other too, right? Like Biggs telling Jesse, be careful in there, because he knows she's a little reckless. She kind of does things, you know, a little impulsively.
So, you know Tifa, right? It's not really my business, but are you guys close?
Sort of get your first idea that Jesse is like a little flirtatious with Cloud. You also get this flashback to Nibelheim, which is awesome. I remember seeing this the first time, like, wow, what are we watching here?
Cloud! Are you ignoring me?
But it kind of starts and ends with that green tinged headache or static.
Tifa and I.
So you kind of like wonder like how much of it is reality and how much of it is not, right? Especially if you play the OG. And I like how they gave us moments like this, where we get a firm understanding that Shinra is actually the one behind a lot of this, right? We didn't get that in the OG.
These sewer rats appear to call themselves Avalanche, sir. We are currently investigating whether they belong to the same group that made the attempt on your life. Rest assured, our inquiries will not take much longer.
A very different Nibelheim than in Rebirth. Just
This
because they
vault's
redesigned
sole
it,
purpose is to drain the planet dry. While you sleep, while you eat, while you shit, it's here sucking up Mako. It doesn't rest, and it doesn't care.
What I like about this diatribe from
Mako
Barrett
is, don't you?
is that
Mako
it's
is the
presenting
lifeblood of our
his
world.
character, his
The
character
planet
in
bleeds
comparison
green
to
like
Jesse
you and me
and
bleed
Cloud,
red.
and
The hell
also
you think's gonna
giving
happen when
us
it's all
the necessary
gone, huh?
exposition to
Answer
understand what
me.
the stakes are without
You gonna
doing this
stand
boring
there and
explanation
pretend you
we
can't hear the
normally
planet
get
crying
from a
out in
lot of
pain?
stories.
I know you can.
Just in the delivery. It's great.
You really hear that?
Damn straight I do.
Get help.
Say that again.
I'd worry less about the planet and more about the next 5 seconds. Save the screaming for later.
They all just sit. It's a little louder than I am. You talking about my mic, Classy?
Our lives are on the line now.
I'll turn my mic up just a little.
You listening, Merc? One false move. And that happens.
Well, so much for having Cloud do all the fighting. There are some places a sword just can't reach. Just bear with him for me, would you?
Yeah.
Should have asked for more money.
Well, he asked for his standard 2,000, chat. Like, why would he rethink that just because of that? I turned my mic up a little, Classy. It should be okay now. I hope, anyway. I also appreciated how they gave you this introduction to how the different characters can be useful in different scenarios, right? So you know you should switch over to Barrett to reach these enemies.
Give them hell. Do your job, Merc.
That's that. That was easy.
Sure it was.
But we're starting to get a sense of a little bit of that interplay between the two of them. And again, I like how
Those things will hurt more than
Jesse
your
like makes this comment about his eyes, right?
And then some. But I'm guessing you've done this kind of thing before.
Yeah. Figure out the timing of the lasers. Then, make a move when they cycle off.
Exactly. I'll go first. Nothing like a little danger to get the blood pumping.
Hey!
Just keep those baby blues of yours on me.
Yeah, this is pretty standard fare stuff. I feel like it kind of would have been a little bit better if... Now you see, like, I kind of jumped through that, right? Again, because my part of my focus, part of my intent here is what's going to make a good viewing experience, right? You get the idea, you need to navigate these lasers until they're gone.
Not if you wipe it forward then first.
Ha! We can take this hunk of junk!
That hunk of junk is a heavy weapons platform. If we rush in, we die.
Is that right?
Need to hit it with magic. That should give us an opening. Here it comes.
Hey! It's not moving!
Let's pin it down.
But like this, the dialogue between the two of them is just
had to get
it's really
back up.
great. Like how they just sort of talk to each other through combat.
First. Soldier first class. Doesn't go into the 20s.
The hell you talking about? I mean your age, not your goddamn rank. Though for all I know, a soldier's rank could be the same as his age. Mm-hmm. Guess that make you a 1-year-old, huh? Live and learn.
I can't remember when I was playing Remake. I was thinking about like how they're developing and building these characters out, and I was floored by the delivery and the way that it was all packaged and presented for us.
That's our target, the reactor core. Gotta set the bomb at the bottom.
There was like depth to it without being too much depth.
Let's get down there.
It was not ever really prolonged, other than a couple of certain points which people have been critical of, like say the revisiting of the sewers and stuff like that we get later, right? But overall, like nothing ever really overstays its welcome too much. I couldn't really cut out picking up this treasure chest because Barrett was talking.
Heads up, boys. The end's in sight.
I love this little optional line of dialogue if you talk to Jesse.
Aw, you're choosing me over the reactor? That's sweet, but I'll wait my turn. Go blow her mind.
This won't take long.
You really get the sense that these people really care about what they're trying to accomplish here, and that they're really up against it, right? Like they have to make some hard choices.
We sink right down to the bottom. To the planet's core.
That's that. Was never in doubt.
Now getting this scene, chat, with the Scorpion Sentinel and the way it played out, like I know we saw it like before we got a chance to play it because they demoed it and everything. But this leading up to it was really interesting. Like Blitz and I were talking about how like there's the times where we see a black feather drop. Are those like bookmarks for Sephiroth, right? Like where he knows when events are happening and he harkens back to this in Rebirth during Cloud's trial at the Temple of the Ancients, right?
Prove to me you're the man
Is that a
Tifa
marker
says you are.
for
That
like
you're
him
one
saying,
of us.
we're going to pin
Never
this and we're
said
going to
I
come back
was.
to it, right?
I'm just here for the paycheck.
Then do the damn job.
And again, these two, or all the voice actors, do such a tremendous job of making us understand these characters and who they are. Like, you see the interplay. Cloud couldn't care less at the moment, doesn't want to be involved. Barrett is a little aggravated with him. But again, that moment right there is the one we revisit later in Rebirth. We come right back to this moment. I love the little red lines or tints on his sunglasses there.
What about the
The
timer?
reflection.
Your call, Merc.
I remember seeing that the first time I played Remake, and I was like, oh, that's
Pretty
really
cocky,
cool.
ain't you?
We never needed 20 minutes, chat. We could have gotten away in 10. It's hard to imagine him as anyone else now. Yeah. I think that's the struggle everybody's having with Sephiroth right now, right? With Revelation. And we'll see.
What in the hell? Hey, how the hell do we fight this thing?
And I loved how dynamic this fight was, right? Like, if you had different segments to it, different ways you needed to approach it. Like, you could wail on it at first here, and then we'll get to the point where, you know, you gotta avoid the tail, you gotta use thunder magic against it. I think that was really clever. The banter between the two of them, if you do or you don't use the magic, like that's hilarious that they included the dynamic option, that the game paid attention, and if you didn't cast thunder, they would say something else versus if you did. That was really cool. It puts this shield up, and then you've got to deal with that, like hitting it from the back. That was clever. That was a neat implementation.
So what's your brilliant plan, genius?
I like how it keeps jumping up on the walls and like raining missiles down on everybody. That was really cool. But like, this is one of the things that makes me appreciate that it's not turn-based combat, guys, right? Like, in a turn-based situation like the OG, this is a very static, motionless fight. There's no kinetic energy to it. It doesn't convey anything. It's just you're standing there in place until it's over, right? And the way they implemented like some real-time combat hybrid elements mixed in with some menu commands, it's able to tell a different, more dynamic story, in my opinion, right? That's not saying anything against turn-based. I grew up on turn-based. I like turn-based, but I like the implementation of storytelling during combat that they could not have done if they just did the OG and they just did turn-based combat. I wish they had a nod to the mistranslation from the OG. Claps and attack while the tail's up. Barrett says, "Attack, are you crazy?" Claps runs. Yeah. Boom. And just like the demo we saw perform before Remake came out, end it with a cross slash. Just for added flair and effect.
Shit, the bomb!
20 minutes until detonation.
I really like this line from Barrett. Like, it blows up. They were trying to set off a bomb in this place, so he's like, "Yeah, should have that."
You hear that? Damn thing showed you how it's done.
And when this music hits right here, chat, boom, that bass drops and that music kicks in. Ever since the first time I played the remake, this song just like connects me. It connects with me at a deep level. Like, I love this music while you're trying to get out of here. It so perfectly suits the scenario. Like, man, the way the horns are kind of like lingering there, and like you got to get out of here.
Nothing to it.
The strings are like keeping that sort of like that momentous energy going. You got like all the walls are all torn up from the laser blasts. Like, the whole thing is just super great. And I love this transition here with the music when this happens. So you sort of like, you really like feel what's happening, right? And I mean, some other people might be critical, but I feel like these games are a masterclass in storytelling and the use of visually what you're seeing, the music, the voice acting, like everything comes together to just make like
we'll link up over there.
Such an awesome way to tell the story. I also love how like Cloud jumps at the end of this when they escape. He jumps really high to get to where Jesse is, but he can't jump up right there to where Barrett is. Maybe because he can't take Jesse with him? I don't know, but it's just funny, like, for all those people who like complain there's no jump button. Yeah, I get it. I understand.
shut up and climb. You're not helping.
Sorry.
You're not helping.
Stay focused. I'll freak out if I don't talk.
Have it your way.
I like how they gave us Barrett on the other side, and he's climbing just as fast with one hand.
Barrett!
I've got you covered. Find us a way out of here.
But then...
Don't worry, I'll be fine. I've got Soldier Boy with me.
Jessie runs the fastest I've ever seen. She gets through this door before it closes.
X, Soldier Boy.
They're here. Take them down. We don't have time for this shit. It's our ticket.
Cool it. 5 seconds is all we need.
So I left the majority of this particular battle because you want to feel the sense of like we need to hurry. We need to get this door open. There's a lot of intentional choices that went into all the editing, guys. They unload on that sweeper. They may struggle with these guys, these shock troopers, in the like it took me forever in Remake to figure out you needed to go into Punisher mode and counter those guys to defeat them. Like, look at Cloud's health. It's because like it took some time for me to figure out. Oh wait, that's how you got to deal with those guys, right? But look at this. Told you we need 20 minutes. We got out of here in 4.5. And again, one of the things I really appreciate in comparison to OG is like they show you a conscious decision by President Shinra and Heidegger to destroy this place on their own, right? So you get the sense that, or you can now like fully understand, like Avalanche didn't do this, they didn't cause this. Shinra's up to something, right? It's storytelling that I think they do a better job of telling the story in the remake project. Because you have to infer a lot of stuff in the original that you don't have to here. And I love how, for how hot-headed and everything that Barrett's supposed to be, that he looks back and Cloud's just like all calm and cool and composed. And one of the things I loved, it stand out to me every time I played Remake, and it was from the very first time I played, when they exit this elevator and you see the light come on the blue shoulder pauldron Cloud, and it looks photorealistic right here. The very first time I saw that and saw that shoulder pauldron and the Buster Sword, I was blown away. I was like, my god, this game looks so friggin' fantastic.
Can you walk?
If I couldn't, believe me, you'd be the first to know.
And I like how they pay that off later with the whispers, where she can't walk.
Cloud! Okay, that was pretty cool. All right, come on.
I like how they kind of showed us that Advent Children isn't the only time Cloud can do that stuff, right? And then this, too, this was really cool because it gives us this understanding that there's a human impact, there's a broader impact to what's happening here to all the citizens, all the people around, not just what's going on with our main party, right? Everybody suffers from that reactor going down. There's a conscious choice by Avalanche, but there's real consequences to it.
Looks like we made it. And with nothing but a few scratches to show. Think you might have overdone it?
I followed the instructions to the letter. Maybe it triggered a reaction with the Mako?
Well, let's hope the city's still in one piece.
But the planet's what matters, right? I mean, this must have helped some.
After all that, it had better have. Anyway, let's get going. We in Sector 8?
That'd be just down there.
All right then, lead the way.
You got it.
This is where you can see more of that color grading, chat, because this section right here has like this tint
Watch out
to
for
it.
live wires. They're everywhere.
And I was like, well, what if it didn't? Like, how would that look, right? So I kind of like, I did what I could with it.
The air in here reeks. Can't wait to get out in the open.
Biggs cracks me up every time talking about how he needs to take a shower. He's hilarious.
Damn, what is that? I've never smelled anything so foul. Oh, it's me. Gotta do something about that, and soon.
He cares about taking a shower and staying clean as much as Tifa does.
I felt that one in my guts.
They just keep on coming.
We need to get out of this place.
Was it the Mako density? The primary explosive? The blasting agent?
Hey, we can figure that out later.
I'm running on empty here.
I like how they pay off a lot of this dialogue with what we see out of Avalanche as we keep going, right? Like you see Jesse continues to weigh on what's going on with the bomb. You know, Wedge is hungry, right? Like we get a follow through on a lot of this stuff.
That's about as good a place as any.
Stand back then. I'll set the bomb.
And something else I really love about this, you get the first mention of Marlene here. I love in this part right here, when the bomb goes off, there was this red flash to it. And that also has always stood out to me right here in this moment.
Fire in the hole!
I don't know why, it just sort of like was captivating to me when I first saw it happen.
You sure told those doors.
Let that be a lesson to anything that gets in my way.
Sort of get that without subtitles, that Barrett, let's get out of here.
Attention all citizens. Attention all citizens.
And again, like, if we're talking about storytelling, the remake project, like, really cements for you, like, how devastating this explosion was that Shinra set off. Avalanche obviously thinks they did it, but, like, getting to explore the impact of it to the greater populace of Midgar was really well done, and we never got any of that in the OG.
Therefore, all
No way.
This couldn't have been us, could it?
But what if it was?
What's done is done.
Merc's right. It ain't pretty, but we can't stop now. This was just the first reactor, and the planet won't be safe till we get the rest.
Yeah. We always knew this was gonna get messy.
And this is only the beginning.
Y'all gotta look at the bigger picture here. Nothing worth fighting for was ever won without sacrifice. Though
Fair
you
point
may
or
not
no?
be crying out, I know you're in pain, just like the planet. But it's okay, cause I'm here for you.
And I love how they delivered on this in Rebirth too, right? Like, you get him carrying everybody's weight, and then Dyne calls him out on it.
Your concerns, and yes, your fees. Whatever your problem, I got you.
So, what's our next move, boss?
That's easy enough.
You get this little head bob from
get our
Barrett.
asses home.
It's all the little tiny details in how they deliver the animation, the voice acting, like just everything about it. Again, they feel like we're watching real people, right? Which is just crazy.
We'll split up and shoot for the last train home. Regroup in the freight car. Got it?
Later then.
Hey, I'd like my money now.
You can have it once we're back at base.
Yeah, back at base. This little interplay with Jesse was also really cool.
I don't need to tell you what this is, right?
Again, this is another neat way that they did exposition or explaining to the player what they need to know but just not talking down to them or just like delivering info in the traditional sense. They do it through characters and interplay and development, and like him saying, "You know, I was a soldier, right?" Like
luck or skill, and you can't rely on luck.
Words to live by.
or not live by, Jesse.
Yeah.
Her luck runs out
Thanks.
because the Whispers
You do know
decided.
how to use it, right?
You do know what I was, right?
Okay, I was only trying to help. Oh, before I forget, here's a little something extra for being so brave. That really was the ride of a lifetime. Well, see you on the train.
Some behind-the-scenes footage of how the face animates on Idle is pretty insane. It's a lot of systems driving the smallest of details. Yeah, classy. Like, just again, the extent at which they have gone to take great care into making this game in the way that they did.
Look up!
Everything from the systems and mechanics and how it animates and just
This could collapse at any moment.
it
You'll
floors
have to use those
me,
stairs.
and there's no way anybody can look at this and say, well, the devs like cut some corners, or they they didn't care or respect the OG. Like, I don't understand how you could say that if you're playing the same game we are, right? Like, I mean, I don't want to diminish anybody's perspectives. Everybody is open to their own feelings, their own interpretations. I won't criticize anybody for having their own. But for me, like, I don't know how you walk away seeing it any differently, or at least not acknowledging that point, you know? So this was trippy for us, right, chat? Like, when we first played Remake the first time, everything has gone pretty standard up to this point, right? This is the first moment where we're like, what is going on here? This is different. And I get that some people are critical of it, right? Because they're like, well, why? I mean, maybe he sees something on fire and he has this flashback to this. I get that. But, even maybe him thinking of this makes a lot of sense, right? And I've kind of like, tweaked the contrast and shadows and stuff here. But when he turns and Sephiroth appears, there are OG purists who are like, I don't like this, right? Like, why is he appearing here? But I think it's because if you aren't new to the series with this game, if you know what happened before, this is kind of necessary. Because if you don't do this stuff, Sephiroth is not the same. If you did a 1-for-1 remake where none of this stuff exists, then Sephiroth is less compelling. He's less of a threat. He's less scary. You question less what the heck is going on, and like you question even like Cloud's identity and the different moments having to do with him, and why you question everything about what's going on with Cloud less because you know what happened, right? Like, I love how there's this signage like it is Nibelheim on the right there. It's like a weird blend of the two. I love how they did that with the storytelling visually, but ultimately at the end of the day, you need Sephiroth popping up earlier. You need him involved in the story earlier because you already know how it went, and it would not have hit the same way if you just waited around forever to get any indication of what's going on with Sephiroth, right? They needed to introduce him sooner since it was split up over multiple games. I agree with that too, right? Like, if we followed just the OG, by the end of Remake, you really wouldn't have gotten anything, right, with him. And this is very intriguing dialogue I think is going to play into Part 3 significantly, this whole conversation, right? From what seems to be a recognition between Cloud and Sephiroth on their multiple engagements.
You're dead.
I am.
I killed you with my own...
Oh,
But when, right? There's that dual meaning.
It was the crowning moment of our time together. But that was then, and this is now. I have a favor to ask.
And there's also this about what's going on with the planet.
The planet is dying. Slowly. Silently. Painfully. Can you bear to see the planet?
Can you tell I took some of the orange out of this scene?
Cloud. to die. So many things would be lost. Your hometown burns so bright.
I feel like this is Sephiroth kind of appealing to him in what we will see him try to sway Cloud in Part 3 in Revelation.
That which binds us together would be no more, and I would be loath to live in such a world, which is why I must ask you this one favor. Don't worry, it's a simple thing.
And of course, this line, right?
Cloud.
We know where this line comes
Run
from and
away.
why it sets Cloud off.
You have to leave. You have to live.
You bastard!
There's a lot of setup and remake that they didn't even address in Rebirth. Oh, wait, listen to this.
Hold on.
Hold on to that hatred. And then later on in Rebirth, he tells him he wants to fill his empty, hollow heart with rage. Those two lines connect together, right? There are plenty of dots here that need to connect together. Hayabusa, Orange glad he took the orange out of the...
Fumes from all the Mako money. Alright, you got this.
I'm one for dad jokes, Hayabusa, so thank you for that. And this, them bringing in the Cries of the Planet here, or this music from Advent Children, right? Like, the whole thing just is constructed in a way where it's telling the story visually, it's telling it through music, it's telling it through dialogue and character interactions. There's layer upon layer upon layer that's all scaffolding built on top of each other. It's so extremely well done. Now we got some stuff to talk about here, chat. First of all, Aerith is dealing with the Whispers here, which means that she's dealing with the Whispers before the party. She's aware that they exist, and if we tie that back to what we saw a second ago, where we tied in Crisis Core, and then this happens, so she just recognized Cloud. She saw him and said, oh, he's here, finally! And then we get this moment in Cloud's mind where Sephiroth places everything on pause. Even his meeting Aerith is on pause. He can't save anybody all by himself, right? And then he breaks free of it.
Hey, are you okay?
And the Whispers are fine with this because Aerith needed to stay there to meet them. But we don't. We pick up on it later, chat. But during this, we kind of don't. We kind of get the sense a little bit that she's messing with them in a way, or talking to him in a way, where she's like
scaring those things away.
She mentions a reunion. He says that he's tied up in
Never mind. Think of it as a
dangerous things, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sure you are." Like she knows him, right? The whole thing is a masterclass in setting things up.
How much?
Well, that depends on the customer. In your case, it's on the house.
Huh?
Lovers used to give these when they were reunited.
And you kind of wonder, chat, like, at what point did she become aware of some of this stuff?
Look,
and how long has she been waiting for this moment that she refers to later in Remake, right?
I'm sure you
See,
are.
oh, I'm sure you are.
So keep your distance.
Wait, you think someone's out to get you? Is that what you're all worked up about? Relax. No one's going to attack you. I promise.
Hey, a Mako reactor just blew. You shouldn't be out here trying to sell.
See, so now since that moment didn't play out like the OG, they're trying to bother her again to separate them, and she intervenes, and now we get Cloud first, like, seeing these, and now all of us as players are like Cloud. We're like, what the heck is this? What's going on here, right? Because we're in Cloud's shoes.
What are they?
Drop your weapon!
I love how they subtly show you the troopers cannot see them. Only these two can see them. Now she's figured out, like, these things are gonna interfere. I've got to get out of here.
Wait. Nice meeting you.
And I love how there's just this shot of Cloud standing there with these guys behind him, and he's got this flower, and the music kicks again right here so friggin' hard.
Get ready. Enough. It's over.
They make such good use of music and transitions. It's just really, it's just insane.
Is that it?
Just give it up! Don't run! Take him!
There's nowhere to go! Let's finish this. So long.
And they really kind of give you the sense you kind of like got to get out of here, right? Like there's Cloud's overwhelmed. He can't just fight off everybody, right?
Close call.
Don't underestimate him.
I think the game has been saying the thing without saying it. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Right? Like they've done such a clever job of giving you the indication something's going on. And then this whole thing, these guys rolling up on him, this whole scene was just so well done because you just feel like these guys have had it with him. They are ready to take him out, right? And you feel like it's you versus all of them, which is how Cloud feels, right? And they didn't mess around either. Like they made you deal with all these guys, right? They didn't like do some, you know, convenient storytelling thing where like you only have to deal with some of them, right?
No holding back.
So I kind of didn't want to shortchange this battle by cutting some of it out because you do want to feel like Cloud kind of had to legit battle his way out of it, right?
Time to burn.
Once it's all revealed, we'll look back and it'll all make sense. Cloud, or Classy, I completely believe that's the case. I believe in the devs. I think they'll blow off. So, I mean, we'll see, but I think that's correct.
HQ, this is Sector 8, Unit 2. Target is surrounded. Moving to secure.
And now you get this moment.
Wait, I know that.
Now the question is, did he say, I know that soldier? Did he say, I know that shoulder pauldron? Did he say, I know that sword? He kind of reaches out like, wait, don't leave, right? So like you get the sense that like, if you haven't played the OG, wait, he recognized him, what's going on there? If you have played the OG, you're like, ooh, that's an interesting little detail, right? If you played Crisis Core, it amplifies it further, right? It just happens on so many levels.
Guess Cloud won't be joining us after all.
No need to assume the worst. I'm sure he's fine. You saw him in action, didn't you? Guy's a soldier. Goddamn one-man army.
You think he's a keeper?
The dialogue's kind of building us up to make us feel like Cloud, make us feel like we're a one-man army. You get this angle of the Buster Sword and it's humongous. The first chink in the armor for Barrett, where you can see he's not such a hard ass, right?
To run around. That's what. Had to draw them away from the station somehow.
Nicely done.
Well, can't argue with results, huh?
He's like, get off me, Charlie Sheen.
Wait. Got a question for you all.
What?
Ever been attacked by an invisible enemy?
What?
Wearing robes. Came and went like the wind.
Thought they were invisible.
They were, at first. Only saw them after she grabbed me.
A new Shinra weapon, maybe?
More like a panic-induced hallucination.
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
Suit yourself. Come on, let's move up.
So what I like about that, chat, is it's interesting to me that they like point you at a couple of things, right? Like, yeah, he could only see the whispers after she grabbed him, but it's something that doesn't go unspoken. Like in a lot of stories, sometimes things happen and characters don't talk to each other, and we do admittedly get some of that in this story as well. Like Tifa and the other characters aren't talking to Cloud about what's going on. They're talking to each other behind the scenes, but not to Cloud. But you do have an instance here where Cloud saw something weird happen, and he questioned it with the other characters. He didn't just ignore it or treat it like it was nothing or whatever. He brought it up, right?
Of course they are.
Hey, Cloud.
If you're about to unburden yourself,
Stop that right
don't.
now!
Instead. You don't make it easy.
I like how packed they made this train car. I like that we got a moment with Wedge. We get a moment with Biggs. We see Kyrie, right? She's like, I'm trying to work here.
Holding up pretty well, huh? Even after what we saw at the station and all over Sector 8.
I'm a soldier.
It was interesting to hear Barrett push back a bit. Yeah.
Still shaking.
You get used to it.
Something to look forward to. Or
Why don't you learn to take a hint?
I like how also how Biggs was like, oh, well, maybe I can look forward to getting stronger, tougher like you, but maybe that's not a good thing, right?
I can't stop thinking about it. The bomb I made shouldn't have produced an explosion that big. It doesn't make any sense.
The explosion triggered a reaction with the Mako. You said so yourself.
Good thing
That was my first guess, but shouldn't the reactor have...
And I like how the characters are questioning here what happened, because we know Shinra did it, but they don't, right?
Right?
Right.
Right.
No. I'm just looking for excuses for something that was clearly my own fault. Gotta own up to it if I'm gonna learn from this and move on. Thanks, Cloud. You're a good listener.
What kind of maniacs would go so far as to bomb a reactor?
And I like how the public get involved, like, right? Like,
they've yet to announce
the Shinra employees are all talking to each other, Barrett engages them, the dialogue between them. You can get this sense that there are no one all, like, there are opposing points of view, right?
Everyone knows Avalanche only cares about saving the planet.
Just who do you think you are?
A law-abiding concern.
This classic music kicks in.
Law-abiding? Really?
She's looking at that gun like law-abiding.
Don't antagonize him.
In my humble opinion, that explosion was a message. A message to the bastards bleeding our planet dry. Think they got it? Heard it loud and clear? Y'all's masters?
We will not submit to intimidation or violence, but work together for peace and prosperity. That is how civilized people change the world.
I love how they're like, yes, yes, that's right, that's right.
That is the Shinra creed.
Them's fighting words.
It's what we believe. We all have to follow our conscience, don't we? We should go. Right.
Oh dear.
I tried to ramp the shadows a little in here so that when the lights outside the train car pass by, you really got a sense of them reflecting off of or casting a shadow on the Buster Sword, etc. He's clearly a party animal.
Let's get this out of the way. Personally,
one of my
I
favorite
find
Jessie
visual aids
moments
make
right
the dull
here.
Stuff a lot more bearable. If it helps, think of it as an initiation rite.
How many times do I have to tell you people? I'm not...
There's such a thing as playing too hard to get. So, here we've got a wireframe model of the great city
So
of
good,
Midgar,
so
complete
good.
with
Like
massive
the
steel
spunky
plates
personality with the
suspended 300
sass.
meters above ground level, atop which stands a shining beacon of civilization. The whole system is sustained by the Mako reactors, which feed the insatiable appetites of the public.
The train will be passing through an ID checkpoint shortly.
This here is the train's route. As
Once
you can
again,
see,
there was a
it'll
lot
take us
of
around this main
overpowering
pillar.
orange in this scene
about halfway
that I
through
tried to
it
deal
now.
with as best as I
They've
could.
set up a checkpoint here to scan the IDs of all passengers heading in and out. Date of birth, residential status, criminal history. All that and more is automatically cross-referenced in their databases. Public security wouldn't have it any other way.
So now you get a sense that Shinra is like way more oppressive than we got in the OG, because they like monitor people's movements and like you can't even get from point A to point B without their approval or whatever. Like just how trapped everyone under the plate is.
Relax.
Take a good look. It's because of that great big pizza in the sky that people down there gotta struggle to survive. Shinra sucks up Mako while the soil turns to dust, the air fills with smog, and the flowers die.
Then leave and don't look back. That's what's always worked for me.
Well, that's all well and good.
I like how they did the visual storytelling. That every time Barrett removes his sunglasses, you get a sense of his real personality, not the facade.
Like this train, I suppose. There's only one way it can go.
Yeah. So that's where part 1 is going to end. I will just, to give you all a sense of what you can expect, okay? I will give you one additional tease. I just have to go on YouTube to it. And I'll just have to make sure that my window is like married up so you can see it pretty well. I just have to go into the depths of my hidden things so that you can sort of find this here. Okay, and then we will just pause it so I can make sure that we can see it pretty well. Oh, you don't want to see that part, chat. You want to see this part. Okay, so let's see what I can do to make this a little bigger for you. How are we doing there? Is that good? Pretty close? Maybe I just need to bring this up a little bit. How's that? Oh, no, actually it was pretty good right where it was. So just to give you a sense of like how some of this merging or editing in this project is going to go, okay? I'm going to show you this little bit here, and it'll give you a sense of like how some of this is going to play together or work together, okay? So we'll watch just a tiny portion here just to give you a taste. Sneak peek preview. We're all familiar with this moment. You can clearly tell I've edited down the greens in this so that it looks a lot better. I love how you get the sense that the little Easter egg there that Rude cares about Tifa. Alright, so here you go. So you want to see a little of how Intergrade fits into this.
You're crazy. Just like you. So suck it up, because I'm not leaving. Damn it. You want to explain yourself?
Reno and Rude. Two of my favorites. Love these bros.
Where's Eric? I said you're so good.
Audio sounds distorted on the video. So you can see what's going on with Tifa and Cloud up in the top right, but we've cut to Yuffie and Sonon as they're wandering into Deep Ground, right? Or towards the end of Intergrade. And so now we're going to just track them.
Subjects on site. It's time.
And we will go back and forth between Yuffie and Sonon and trying to prevent the plate fall, right? So it kind of gives you a sense of like how these two different things that we experience separately are gonna interplay together, and how they'll fit and how they'll work and how you'll be able to identify what's going on with each while the other one is occurring, right? And we'll kind of weave in and out of them. But that gave you like a slight sense of how parts of it will be, right? Like you can sort of see like it kind of fade into the corner and you know what's going on with them as the other ones kind of take over or we go back and forth. Some of it will just be cut scenes that just seamlessly cut together. But honestly, like the editing of getting those things to cooperate with each other cohesively, again, I've got all of that done. It's just the lighting and the color correction, the stuff that I care about that honestly other people may not, right? I could probably just post it all now and people could appreciate it as it is, right? But I care about like the visual fidelity and trying to make it look as best as it can, that kind of thing. And so it'll take me a little bit of time to put out each segment. But if you like that, like let me know in the chat, like, did you like that? Did you like how I kind of took the ending of Crisis Core and the beginning of Remake and kind of made them work well together? Did you like the way the color grading looked? If you didn't, that might influence how much I lean into, how intensively I'm paying attention to or focusing on that. And do you want to see more of this? Because if you want to see more of it, that's really what is gonna, I mean, I will probably ultimately still end up doing it anyways because I want to do it. But it will mean a lot to me if other people are like, yeah, I kind of like this. I like revisiting Remake, and, you know, we could, again, like talk through it and, you know, what we're observing after Rebirth and revisiting and all that kind of stuff. But just let me know, what you all thought, or whether you liked that or not. Hopefully you did. Hopefully you appreciated it. But we have been together for like over 4 hours. I've ignored my wife all night. She's very gracious to me that she's so supportive of me for supporting my content creating journey and that kind of stuff. So I do want to at least see her a little bit before she passes out. Thanks again so much to everybody for sticking around, for chatting, for the super chat that was done. This whole process of like finding myself on this content creator journey has just been wild. And I'm just super appreciative of all the support, and for all y'all out there who really just like you're interested in what some of us think or have to say, or if anybody has ever considered creating any content, like I had somebody reach out to me this week. I don't know if DJ's still here. I don't know if you know if he minds me calling him out or not, but he was here at the beginning. But like if anybody has considered any content creation, I would encourage you to do it, right? Like if you have a good idea, a good thought, if you come up with something, if you need somebody to bounce it off of, like just DM me on Twitter and just say, hey, listen, I was thinking about this, I was kicking this around, what do you think? I embrace an abundance mindset mentality, right? Like to me, it's not a scarcity. There's only so much pie to go around, and if you make content, you're taking away viewership, you're taking away from my slice, and I want as big a piece of the pie as I can get. I don't believe in that, right? I think that we can all make content, we can all grow this community of this thing we love together, and all of us can eat, right? Like no one owns this space. Even if you've been around, even if there's content creators who've been around a long time and they have a large following or whatever, I think even they would feel like, or at least that's what I have experienced, is the creators have been so welcoming to me for stepping into the space, and I'm very grateful for that. And I think the same could be for anybody else who also just has a passion for this stuff and wants to do it, right? So I want to encourage everybody as best as you can, you know, give it a shot. When I was first getting started, I got to a place where I had done some research, I had done some homework, and I was like, I just have to start, because if I don't just start, I never will. There will always be paralysis analysis, right? Like there will always be this, what else do I need to learn? What else do I need to figure out before I can begin? And at some point, you just have to dive in with both feet and learn as you go and grow from there, and just take every step and opportunity to learn and get better, right? So I would encourage anybody, if you've thought about it, you don't have to have a fancy digital mural of video game content behind you, but it does help. I love this thing. I have it on every day at work, and sometimes I'm working and it's behind me, and I will just like turn around to look at it because I just want to see what's on there. It just, whatever gets you through, whatever, and maybe someday, that's my Summer Game Fest creator badge right there, right? Like, if you had asked me 6 or 8 months ago, I never would have thought it was even going to be possible I would meet a bunch of these creators, let alone go to Summer Game Fest, right? Like, you don't know what can happen, and you just step out and try and see how it goes. And if you got a passion for that kind of thing, then do it, right? Is it travailler? Is that French? Welcome, good evening. And Nibet, how you doing? You're catching us right at the tail end, but I would encourage you, like, the VOD will be up immediately. Definitely go check it out. We did a breakdown of the FF7 Revelation like announcement and trailer and gameplay. We did some of the Hamaguchi interviews, some of them, and then we dove into the back half of the stream of a new thing we're starting here on the channel of revisiting. Yes, it's French. Nice. I thought so. I took 4 years of French in high school and two semesters in college, and by the end of it, I knew enough words that I could visit a Subway in Canada and order things in French. Meat, cheese, bread. I could have done better. That's what I'm saying. But the back half of the stream, if you're interested, you could definitely check out on demand if you don't want to digest it all in one go. But I'm in the process of taking like the end of Crisis Core, all of Remake and Intergrade, and weaving it into one seamless viewing experience. So if that sounds interesting to you, the very first segment of that happened tonight, and you can check that out at any time. Oh, hey, Montreal, that's where I ordered the Subway. Legit, no lie. This is over 20 years ago. My wife is originally from New Hampshire, and we drove up to Montreal for the weekend, and we stayed in Old Montreal, and we visited, there was this amazing breakfast place, Chez Cora. Dude, I kid you not, the whole table chat was full of food, and it cost like nothing. It was amazing. It was great. We also went to, there was like a Churchill's kind of place. Maybe you can tell me what the actual name of it is. Winston Churchill's, maybe. But that was like a pub kind of place. That was really good. We did like a horse-drawn carriage ride through Old Montreal. But when we went to the Subway, it was brand new. They had just opened, and everybody working in there only spoke French. So I had to again, go through my brain. What is bread? What is cheese? What is ham? Right? Enough to get by so I could point and then use singular words, and I accomplished ordering 2 subs, which was great. It also was kind of a little annoying to my wife that it was one of her first exposures, because it was early on in our marriage. But she learned through that trip and others that she can't take me anywhere without running into some other Ohio State fan. We ran into one who sat down in the Subway right next to us, which was crazy because, what are the odds? In Montreal, you're just going to sit down and there's going to be another Buckeye fan right next to you. we legit have been on an international adoption trip out of the country to Eastern Europe, and somebody was walking around in a number 7 Buckeye jersey. Like, I mean, I can't tell you guys how many times this has happened. We went to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, also early on in our marriage, and I'm walking around in this jacket she got me. It's like this Buckeye jacket with all this like embroidering on it, and it's cold, and we're walking through the streets with some friends of ours, and there's this guy who's just sitting on the side of the street with like a dulcimer or something. It's like this thing with like a whole bunch of little wires on it, and you use little hammers and you play it. You play music on it, and I think that's what it's called. I might be wrong, but we had already walked past him, and he calls out to me, and he's like, "Hey, you in the jacket?" And I turn around, and he starts playing the Ohio State fight song on this thing because he went to OSU, right? And I'm just like, it's become a running joke, and with me and my wife, she can't take me anywhere. Old Montreal is the best. I have 2 cousins outside Quebec City. Nice, awesome, that's great. She's dreading going out with you, isn't she? Yes. I mean, she certainly is on guard and aware to expect potentially that could happen at any time, right? It's just crazy. I mean, to me it's fun, but to her, like, she's more of an introvert and that type of thing, so she will tolerate it, but she doesn't, like, she would rather not engage. So I do all the engaging, which is fine, right? We complement each other in personalities very, very well. So, but speaking of her, I really should run. Chat, it has been amazing to get to spend time with you because I don't get a chance to do it enough. I don't get a chance to go live as much as I would love to do. But I sincerely appreciate everybody who joined in tonight in the conversation. We will do more, and I will crank out the next segment of this Project Integrate just as fast as I possibly can. In the meantime, enjoy the first one. I will probably cut it into its own thing to post on the channel as well so that people can get to it without going to the live stream or like hunting through for it. But expect more because it will be coming. And in the meantime, like, just enjoy yourselves, folks. Enjoy this ride that we're all on. And as I always end every video, just hang loose. I that line cracks me up at the end of every. That's why I put it in every video because it cracks me up. But Jesse, thank you so much for hanging around the whole time, pal. I really appreciate that. Even if you can't catch me from the beginning, Nabed, don't worry about it. Like, just roll this back and just catch it from the beginning, and we will catch you the next time. If you follow me on YouTube, I try to do a post in advance of when I'm going to go live. Sometimes it happens to be same day. Like today, I only posted it like in the afternoon because that's when I confirmed I got a lot going on this week and next week. Next week I'm out of town. So I didn't know what night this week I was going to be streaming until I decided on it this afternoon. And if you follow me on Twitter, or Blue Sky, I try to put it on there as well. So just make sure you're subscribed on the channel so you can get notified, and make sure you're checked in on Twitter or Blue Sky or YouTube or wherever, so that so you can make sure to know when we're going to do these kind of parties again, because I'm looking forward to it already. Okay. But in the meantime, thanks, folks. Hang loose. See you later.